Oh, hi there. It's Wednesday. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for watching. And I am back, as you can see, on KIOU. I'm going to play some more games. And mostly waiting. The games are going to be the waiting room for the big WSL Division A match in 2 hours or so between Koshiro and Austria. I believe it's MDK from Austria. So two really strong players, and yeah, obviously I'm a big Koshiro fan, so I'll be excited about that. So that is coming in a little under 2 hours, I hope. And in the meantime, I'm going to play some KIOU Shogi games. Been thinking a lot about it. I'm trying to make my peace with the rating system. There's a lot of noise on KIOU Twitter. There's a lot of noise on the Japanese language Shogi Twitter about the problems with their rating system and whatnot. I also got a month of Shogi Wars just so I can play some good 10-second games. I was playing some 10-second earlier this morning. I wanted to play more, so I got a monthly subscription. Playing pretty well. The same basic stuff that happens on stream happens in my off-stream games, I think. But it takes longer for it to happen. So it takes longer for me when I'm playing off stream. It takes longer for me to collapse in a 10-second game. It takes longer for me to sort of just time out because I get stuck not finding a move. And both of those happened today. But otherwise, they were great games. So I felt pretty good. I am up and down. You know, this I was going to put in my description or my title. Therapy session, but I forgot to do it. You know, I don't know how much more we should talk about all this stuff, but boy, you know, lots of doubts, lots of self-doubt, ups and downs, and then wondering like what is even happening with my game. It's a constant journey, as I say. It's a lots of ups and downs. So let's do this. 10:30. Stick with this. The player base is low. The quality of matchmaking is probably going to be poor. I'm just going to do my best. Just going to do my best. And if not, we'll go to Wars. Play some 10-second games on Wars while we wait for Koshiro's game. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Sound is a little... Ooh, getting uncomfortable feeling in my stomach. Just sitting here. Strange. Had some hot tea. I don't think that would cause it. What does this say? Wa something rosu. I don't know. This Riwa Tarosu. I don't know. I don't know. You never know until you start the stream how you're gonna feel. I'm not feeling. The creatine is not helping me focus here. I demand focus from my creatine. Why am I not focusing? So he has no pawns. Silver? Drop the well, let's do this. Let's do this. Huh. Huh. Bishop? No. Lance. Yeah, I hope everyone's doing well. Oh boy. Wow. Huh. What does that do? I don't see it. Do I plan to get up here? No, because he's got 2 pawns to Tataki. Well, but then I could follow. I guess there's no rush. Huh. Drop a pawn. He takes. I take. Can I threaten something else? He takes. I take. I'm hitting the knight and the silver. Huh. Oh, that's not what I expected. That is not what I expected at all. Can I Tsumero something? Maybe I should have just threatened the bishop. This is one of those moments that I, you know, somewhat frustrating. Somewhat frustrating. Got a lot of pieces. Drop a silver here. He takes. I take. I come up, he takes. I don't have a gold, but I could drop a silver. No, I could, no, because he has a gold. Drop a gold here. Huh. Okay. Wow. Wow. Do I have mate? Does he have mate? No, he doesn't. Gold, takes, rook. No, lance. So I take, and now do I... Is he going to be able to run, is the question. I think so. I don't know if he has mate. I could drop a lance back here. I think I threw. I think I threw. I think I might have thrown. What? I don't see it. Oh my god. Oh my god. I was looking over there. Okay. Yeah, good game. Good game. This is, I think I was thinking about this morning as I was waking up, that, like, I just don't know how to play the end game anymore. You know, I think I've reached the limit of what I can do while being terrible at the end game. I'm copying this into Lee Shogi. Good game. Hey, Killer Ducky, nice to see you. You know, I can never, you know, I'm so bad at holding off the flail. I'm just so bad at it. I'm trying. I'm also bad at streaming and switching scenes. There we go. Yeah, I think I've taken my game as far as I think it can possibly go with only being good at the opening. And if people are not going to resign, then I'm just not going to be able to do anything. It's all good. It's all good. It's all, you know, it's all crushing. It's all crushing. I'm making the right moves. So it wanted me to take the lance, the silver, but this is also good. All right. I mean, I'm playing all the right moves. So gold takes. It did want gold take. It did want gold take. Why? So what was the idea with the gold? Then what? We drop the lance, and then we give up the 2 for 1. Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't visualize this. I couldn't visualize this. Like, I thought it would probably be okay, but I just couldn't. I just couldn't get the board in my head. But I think what I did was fine. It was. It was totally fine. Yeah, it's all fine. It's all fine. It's all great. Not dropping the lance. Okay, so I should have dropped the lance. I thought I would always have time to drop the lance. Oh no, the engine does like this the best. I'm still making, you know, I'm still making all the best moves. I'm still making all the best moves. I didn't drop the lance. I went for the obvious mate. I went for the Tsumero. The Tsumero-ish. Yeah. Get the gold over is good. Drop the lance is good. Drop the pawn like I did later is good. Why didn't I drop the lance? Why didn't I? Because I thought this was more forcing. I thought this was more forcing. And it's not. And now we're finally back to even. So I've given up all my advantage, and then I quickly crumble after it. And then I just quickly crumble after. So I drop the lance. What does he do? He drops the knight. This is what I didn't want. He drops the knight. I move the king. Okay. Yeah. It came collapsing fast. Yeah. I mean, the flail worked. The flail works. It does work. Yeah. Yeah, silver 3-9 is threat mate. No, yeah. Yeah. Oh well. Oh well. Congrats to my opponent. Let's play again. Frustrating. I've started doing the ending attack techniques 200 again just to try, like I said, I realize that I am not going to get any higher without improving my endgame. Just sort of hoping that my endgame gets better is not seeming to do it. Like playing and reviewing and hoping is not making it better. The Tsume I do in the morning and otherwise is not doing it, is not getting it much better. Or maybe it is. It's just maybe it is. Maybe it is getting better. It's just an uphill climb, and there's never going to be a state of being. Maybe that's the moral, is that there's never a state in this game where you feel you're pretty good at the game. Maybe it's one of those games where you just always feel like you're terrible, no matter how much you advance. Okay. All right, KIOU. And so now back to the opening mine, where I try to get a, try to get another winning advantage. See if maybe my opponent will slip up. Not that I can win it, but that my opponent will slip up or make it easy for me to win it. This is not looking good. This is not looking good. This is not looking good. All right, I guess I've got to quit. I'm going to quit KIOU and restart it. Have I ever seen this? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I've ever seen that. And I think my stream is also locked. My stream view is also locked. So give me a second here. Oh, maybe their server's down. Maybe the KIOU server's down. They were going to do some maintenance, I think. I wish they would have done it during that loss. I wish they would have done it during that loss. Or I wish they would have just given me the win, while I had the win. All right, well, yeah, I think it's just let me fix my scene. Oh no, the scene is, yeah, yeah. Okay. All right, well, let's leave KIOU, I guess. Go to... I'm not set up to do wars right now. I was thinking maybe I would later. But, yeah, let's do some wars. Let's go to some wars. Let me switch my Shogi scenes. Shogi scenes. And what am I doing? Wars? I don't even remember what to do at Shogi Wars. Okay. All right. All right, here we are. 10 seconds. This is it, right? This is it? Is there sound? Oh, I turned the sound off. I turned the BGM off. All right, here we are. Look at this. I think the scene is looking okay. I think. Is it? Not sure. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Oh boy, Urshi no Ryu.
1 2 1 1 2 1 2 1 1 2 3 4 5 6
I don't remember what I do.
1 2 3 1
Oh, he did American bogeying.
3 4 5 6 7 8 9
No, no, that was supposed to be the piece in my hand, but it wasn't in my hand. Oh, I was so excited. I was so excited. Boy, I am so much slower on mouse. Like, this is not like I was playing this morning on mobile. I'm not even like that wasn't really a speed thing, but just feeling. I feel so much. I feel like I've so much more time when I'm playing on mobile. Wow. Wow.
Loss. Current streak is 1 loss.
Okay. We're gonna get Ishida here.
1 1 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 1 2 3
I think this was overly aggressive coming there.
1
Shame he didn't time out. Shame I didn't get that back.
1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 2 3
Not sure.
1
Yeah, silver is not up. Wow.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8。1、2、3、4、5。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
I don't know if I should have just taken.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。1。
My rook is sort of blocked. My rook is sort of blocked.
3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Huh.
1。
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
All right. All right.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
I don't like this, but I'm not sure what else to do. He's got a silver. You know, in the time allotted here. Wow.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8。1、2、3、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4。
It's tough. It's tough.
1、
Okay.
2、3、
Should I get the lance?
5、6、7、8、9。
Should I get the rook over? No.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Just block things. That one was dangerous.
1、2、3、4、5、6。
I could have just taken.
1、
Wow. Wow.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
What? Oh, phew. So slow. So slow.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Oh, he can defend now.
1、
No, he can't.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8、
Ah!
3、
I cracked. I cracked. I cracked. I cracked.
5、6、
I cracked. I even looked for it. And I read that he was going here. My rook wasn't there.
1、
Boy,
2、3、
I
4、
cracked.
5、6、7、
Just resign. Just freaking resign. Just freaking resign.
3、4、5、6、7、
Just resign. Or just time out.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、
Oh, I could have just taken. Take it, take. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. As Michael Dell would say, nothing matters.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、 1、2、3、4、5、6、1、2、3、4、5、6。相手も強かったね。
Loss. Current streak is 2 losses.
I mean, it's a perfect start to my games. 2 games, two completely winning positions, 2 collapses. It is my shogi. Especially when I'm streaming. But like I said, when I'm off stream, it takes longer for me to collapse. It takes longer, so I win more games because it takes longer for me to collapse. Try again. Try again.
あなたが後手です。
Boy, am I having fun.
対
よろしくお願いします。
1、嬉野流。1、1、
Boy, am I having fun.
1、1、1、取り差し。
Okay.
1、
Let's see. Can I win this? Can I win this endgame? Can I win this?
3、4、5、6。調子いいね。
Just resign. Just resign. That's the only way I'm gonna win. That is literally the only way I'm gonna win.
Current streak is 1 win.
あなたが先手です。
よろしくお願いします。
対局開始。1、嬉野流。
Murata Shistumu.
1、1、
Okay.
2、
Getting some sort of...
1、2、
What are we getting?
1、1、
Man,
2、
my grabbing is not so great.
Eats.
Ooh, okay.
2、3、4、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、2、3、4、5、6、
Shoot.
7、
Shoot. That's not good. It's not good.
1、2、1、1、1、2、3、4、5、
He has 2 pawns.
7、8、9、
He's got 2 pawns.
1、
What am I doing? I counted them.
3、
I counted the pawns. I even counted them.
1、2、
And now I'm going to lose
3、
this.
4、5、6、7、8、9。
I even counted it.
1、2、3、4、5、6、
What?
7、
I'm shook. I'm shook.
1、
So he misclicked. He misclicked.
4、5、6、7。1、2、3、4、5、6。1、2、3、4、5。1、1、
This doesn't hit the bishop.
3、
This doesn't.
4、5、6、
It doesn't hit the bishop.
8、9。
I mean the gold. It does, and I'm calling it a bishop. It's a gold.
1、2、3、4、
What in
5、
what
6、
in the heck is going on?
8。
What is happening to me?
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
I should have pushed this pawn.
1、2、3。 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。 1、
Maybe he'll time out. Maybe if I just make moves and don't resign, maybe he'll time out.
1、2、1、2、1、1、2、3、4。
I don't know. I don't know.
1、2、3。
Hey, Synchro, nice to see you.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。
Try to get him to time out here.
3、4、5、6。 1、2、3、4、5、6、7。 1、2、3、4、5。 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Oh, maybe I could have dropped it there. No.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Boy, those first two games. Tough. Very tough.
1、2、
Very tough.
3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
I don't know. You could just take.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。 1、2、
Fair
3、
enough.
4、
I have no
5、
more pawns now.
6、7、8、9。 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。 1、2、 3、4、5。 1、2。 また頑張ろうね。
All right, he's not going to resign. He's not going to resign, and he's not going to time out. All right, one more. One more. One more and then I just stop the stream. We don't have many viewers today. Probably for the best. I want to stream that WSL game, but it doesn't look like I'm going to make it. So they give me a 2 down now. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Ugh. Oh, it hurts. It just hurts. It just really hurts. All right. We got our Ishida lame stuff. Oh. We got it. We got it. Did we get it?
3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Huh. Wow.
2、3、
I think I take with the rook.
5、6、
I think I take with the rook.
7、8。
The thing that I like about the bishop is that I can come back and hit this, but he can tempo me with the silver drop.
1、
Wow.
2、3、4、5、6、7。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。
I don't see it. Bishop. Bishop drop.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。
Wow.
2、3、4、5。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
That's not good.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、
Should I come up?
9。
I don't need to take.
1、
Ah.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。 1、
Huh. Yeah.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Interesting.
2、
Wow.
3、4、5、6、7、8、9。 1、2、
I think that was a mistake, but I think it's okay because it's
2、3、4、5、6、7、8。
gold drop. Oh.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Am I going to throw this? Am I going to throw this? I think I am.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。 1、2、3、4、5。
He's got a lot of stuff now. He's got a lot of stuff now.
1、2、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4、5。1、
There's no fork.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Still no fork. But now there is. No, because I'll just take this pawn if he drops a gold. No, I can't. I can't. Yeah, drop the gold.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。
I think the gold drop would have been better.
1、2、3、4、5、6。1、2、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。
I don't think he can stop me here, and I certainly have mate. Okay.
1、2。
And I could always take that after.
筋がいいね。
Arigatou gozaimashita. JS Shogi, hello. Don Vito.
Win.
I see your message
Current
was
streak is
taken
2
by a
wins.
mod. Let me oh, okay, it expired, so I can't renew it. Weird. It says, "Hi Shogi stepdaddy, did you see Shogi full app semicolon store?" The auto mod trapped that. Smart detection. I wonder if they thought it's spam because of the semicolon, but they still let all the spam in, like this other thing today. Yloigh, great to see you. I don't want to say that this makes up for the other games. I don't want to say that. Because I still feel like I threw this one. Alright, it's time to review these other games. 72%. So I'm plummeting. I'm plummeting like a rock. Trying to change my scene here. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm copying. So this game, the game that we lost, well, the first one, the recent one. No. The one that we threw. The first one that we threw. This one. Let me bring this into the Shogi. Yeah, now you're really afraid that AI will take over humanity. It's already happened. So there's no need to worry about it. But no, I have not seen the app. What is it? It's called Shogi Full. What is it? Is it yet another sort of app with an engine tied in it? What time is the WSL match? 1 p.m. in my time, which is 1 hour from now. It's a Shogi tutor offline. Interesting. Is it Japanese or is it English? So wait, did we already review this? I don't even remember. Did we already review this loss? 7-5 pawn is the best move. 6-3 pawn. Taking with the token, dropping the pawn. Yeah, I gave him a way to do this, which felt sort of bad. Oh, interesting. Engine wanted this. Fascinating. Fascinating. I'm just going to get trapped, though. He just drops a silver and I get trapped. What am I missing? Drop the silver. Oh, drop the silver. I come up. He brings the gold over. I take the silver. He takes the rook. I take the gold. I get a 2-for-1 and my token is coming in. Interesting. Interesting. Right? Is that the line? Oh, no, it's even worse. Oh, wow. Wow. I've got 2 tokens, and I get 2 pieces, and maybe a third. Oh, boy. It has 32 languages. Wow. So is it just AI stuff? Yeah, I'm on the West Coast. Here, let me see if I can quickly install that. Give me a second here. I'm going to do this. I'm going to open my app store locally here and see if I can find it. Shogi Full, SHOGIFUL. Nope, do not see it. Oh, there, Mac app. Master Japan's Chess. Boy, I don't know about this, Don Vito. I don't know about this. It's 4+ years old? It's 4 years old. I don't know about this. This looks sketchy to me. Four+ years? So it runs Yanara-O on the games. Plain language explanations. All right, it's in the App Store, so I think at least I think it will not be. I'm going to. Oh, it requires a higher version of macOS. Okay, well I haven't upgraded my macOS on this machine, so I can't install it. Oh, this is. Wait, Anti-Itama? Wasn't this guy that was... Isn't this the guy that was spamming... I can switch my scene back. Isn't this the guy that was spamming Shogi Harbor a little bit? Or no? No. No, that was someone else. That was someone else recently. Actually, we've had a couple people recently shilling their little apps. You say it's 2026, but it says 4+ years in the store. So let me open up this. I'll open your link. Copy this link to clipboard, and I'll just hopefully this opens in here. Actually, let's do it in an incognito window. Oh, this now it says 0 years. Interesting. Huh. So I don't, this requires a higher version of Mac OS. I can't maximize these images, unfortunately. Interesting. There's also chest full. Is this also from the same person? It's all so there's a chest full from the same person. What are the ratings on this? This doesn't have ratings either. Interesting. Huh. I have never heard of anyone using this app. This is the first I've ever heard of this app. I wish I could zoom in on this. Huh. These little things are looking promising. I wish I could see this. I wonder why it needs macOS 15. Huh. Do they have a website? Does this developer have a website? They don't have a website? Is this a scam app? I'm this feels like a scam app somehow. Like the fact that there's no website for it and I've never heard of it, but it sure doesn't seem like I don't know. Huh. Oh, it is there's a price to it. Huh. Interesting. Huh. I don't know if this is their website or if this is some AI generated site. Yeah, that Yloigh, that's what I'm reading here. I wonder, like, is this? I mean, let me switch my scene. Is this just some AI generated site, or is this actually? Oh, this is their site. This is their site. Yes, this is their site. Home. Browse all apps. 18 privacy first applications. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know, anything about these. So there's chess training, there's shogi training. Huh. Do you have to play I mean, no one wants to I don't want to play a bot. Do you Huh. This would be worth checking out. I'm surprised nobody is talking about this. You learn the rules, but lose constantly to drops you never saw coming. Well, what if you know the rules, and you've played thousands of games, and you've won thousands of games, but you lose constantly to drops you never saw coming? Does that also work for those type of people? I'm asking for a friend. Okay, so it's offline. You play bots, but okay, it's not for you if you primarily want online play. This is so strange. I really want to try this app. But like, it may not be for you if you want a multi-game board game collection. Who would want this? Like, who would want that? Like, why if you're trying to sell your app, why would you even say that? And these M dashes, I mean, is it all AI? Is AI at the state where you can just say make a shogi app and it'll do this? Make a shogi app and a website for it. Like, these boards look very rough. So I'm guessing it's AI, but I don't know. Very interesting. Very interesting. I'm stunned. But Kylev online, hello, greetings. You say, as a dev, this is obviously vibe coded. I mean, it has that look. You know, it certainly has that look. But as I'm talking, I'm trying to think, like, what is that look? What is triggering the alarm bell? Besides the boards, what is triggering the sort of AI coded look to me? I'm not sure what it is. Like, is it the color scheme? Is it the fact that it's got graphs in there? Is it the fact that it doesn't quite look like native, but sort of does? You know, where the color scheme is just sort of off. But interesting. I mean, it seems cool. I mean, it seems like people could get use out of this. That link that I first saw said alternatives PO Shogi. Like, if you want to play bots offline and have your games analyzed, you know, obviously I haven't used it, so I can't say how well the analysis works. But like, that does seem to be a direct competitor to PO Shogi. And it's in English, you know, which is nice. On iOS, PO Shogi is in English for the most part. But interesting. I wish this worked. I wish this worked on my version of macOS, so I could you know, test it out here. All these M dashes, though, I gotta say, like, this is so I have a question. I have a question for people that do AI programming and they do AI web pages. Is it a volume thing? Like, why wouldn't you just have a human touch this up? Why wouldn't you have a human remove these M dashes? Why wouldn't you just make an obviously human title instead of an obviously AI written title? Is it just a numbers game that you put very little effort into it and then you just hope you get some sales? And if you do that 20 times, 30 times, you get some recurring revenue? Is that the idea behind this kind of programming company? When I had my software company, you know, I spent a lot of time on the write-ups. I spent a lot of time on picking and choosing the right screenshots that show the right things, you know, with the correct, concise descriptions of things. And, you know, it felt like a differentiator to have clear, concise wording and imagery. But those were in the old days. Like, is it somehow just a numbers game now? I would love to know how many people they have, or he has, paying for this. Like, if the app is good, a $20 one-time fee is fantastic. I would say. Yeah, I wish I could try this. I really wish I could try this. I'm gonna switch off my scene again here. I'm gonna try again to install. If I can install maybe the phone version on my Mac here. Shogi full. Mr. Shogi. There's an app called Mr. Shogi. Yeah, I'm just not seeing the phone version. Maybe he doesn't enable the phone version to run on Mac because he's got a Mac version. Boy, there are a lot of little Shogi apps in here. Okay, so I'm going to try to install one more time. Is there any way to force this? No, it needs a version above mine of macOS. I have, like I said, I have not updated my macOS to the latest on my streaming machine. I'm pretty conservative on this streaming machine because performance is just good enough to be able to stream. All right. Well, cool. Do you know, Don Vito? Has anyone made a video of it of being used? Have you streamed it? Let me search YouTube in incognito mode. Like these days, if you're making an app, wouldn't you make a video like showing how to use the app? It's just so weird. Like the vibe coded app industry is so strange. Because it's like they don't even try to sell it. Okay, you only bought it 12 hours ago. Huh. Boy. It's Naita, good to see you. It appears to be it's a Shogi application that's on the Apple App Store. It's available for iPhones and for Mac OS. And it appears to be AI generated. But Don Vito likes the app, and it looks like it might have some features that would be useful for people. You know, but I can't test it because it does not run. My streaming machine is not on the latest version of Mac OS, so it will not run on my machine, so I can't test it here. So they have a journal. It's a journal of AI generated stuff. Strange. Yeah, look at all these M dashes. Look at all this format. It's not this, but it's this? Strange. All right, well. Well, kudos. So what am I looking here? What am I looking at? My browser. Where is my browser? There it is. I turn this off. Okay, so we were looking at this game. This is the game that I threw. Gosh, it's all just too slow. It's all just too slow. You know, it's a 10-second game, so I'm not expecting perfection. And then I just like an idiot. Yeah, I missed. I guess he moved so many times that my mental model didn't revisit because he was here and hey, I drew a Shogi. Yeah, it's my end games are just painful. They are just painful. But there really was no chance to get this rook up there, as far as I can tell. And for the most part, my moves were okay. The mistakes, the inaccuracies I'm making are not related to this file. At least, as I'm scrolling here through the engine. So, like, the engine wants 5/8. It wants 4/5 gold. Why I didn't do that, I don't know. It wants 5/8. It wants this way would be is fine too. Wants this way. Why I didn't see this, I don't know. And then I got greedy. I was going to drop the gold, and then I got greedy. And thought, no, this is going to stifle him even more. And then it did, sort of, but obviously I can't just leave my dragon hanging. And then I collapsed from there. Well, did go back to even. It did go back to even. So what is the idea here? I'm not looking at the answer. It went back to even after this drop. Gold takes. Gold takes looks good. Gold takes. Silver takes. Silver takes. Rook drop. Gold back. And that is 6/3 is the move. 6/3 silver takes. Oh, and then gold takes is the better move. Is the better move. I guess that sort of makes sense. Yeah. All right. All right. So that was the game that I completely threw. Here's the graph of that one. And then the next game, oh, I didn't copy that in yet. So the next game against, was he a 3-dan? Did I win against a 3-dan? 2-dan. That I think I also threw, but he let me keep it. That is not... There are many chances to play Rook 5-2. Yeah. There were. But I think there were plenty of... I think if I just don't hang that rook, that dragon, I think it's gonna be fine. Like, the rook was doing defense back there, at least. Well, so the thing is, you know, you say it's the wrong way to think about it for improving, but I guess, I mean, you're suggesting not necessarily, not that one should look at human ideas and discount them because the engine was wrong, because the engine didn't like them, but like you're suggesting moves that would have been technically worse than the moves I made. Like, I was making good moves until I wasn't. And the way that I made my moves incorrectly, the way to, the moves, my inaccuracies were not unrelated, were not related to that rook, I guess. So it's my, you know, it's my end game, my inability to convert end games. I mean, the rook might have helped with the end game. I'm not sure. You know, it might have just become a target. The rook might have just become a target sitting on 5-8. Rather than just like a nice defender. Yeah, I don't know. I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss. Like, I want to be open to all different ideas, but I don't want, but at some point you have to pick an idea, and it's about executing on your ideas. I have several gaps in fundamentals because I ignore important ideas if the engine doesn't think it's the top move. Well, but in this case, was it important? Was it an important idea? Like, I think it's very important that my piece dropping in their territory is slow. But that's the thing, it really wouldn't have been activated. I mean, it kind of would have, but yeah. Yeah. All right, so this one as well. Did I click the button? I didn't click the button. So this one is going to have some opportunities as well, I think. So it's already, you know, a monstrous advantage. I chose to promote. I briefly considered getting the bishop out, but I thought he was going to be able to tempo, so I did not want that. This is an idea. I discounted this because the gold can come over. The gold would defend the knight, it would block the check, and it would tempo my rook. I mean, I'd be able to take this lance, but that didn't seem as good. My pawn's all the way back here. All right, so dropping a bishop. So this I would never even consider. This, obviously, I didn't even consider it now. Dropping a bishop back. Dropping the bishop back in an easily blockable back in an area where it won't promote in an easily blockable situation. So if he drops a silver, we take, and we're hitting this. And we're clearing out that. So why would I drop? Is that it? Is that it? Is that the whole point? So if I drop the bishop and then he drops a silver, I've got a bishop back here. I guess I could get this bishop up to double it up. Then he gets his rook over, or his gold over. All right, I'm going to play it out. I want to see what they suggest. 5-1. 5-1 is the best. Let's say he doesn't do that. Let's start with this. Let's start with this. So the way to think about this maybe is that he has no pieces on attack except for this pawn. Except for this pawn, there is nothing on attack. So we can very, very, very slowly. The engine does like this most. It's a very unintuitive move. I don't know if that's true, because as a beginner, I would have dropped a bishop like a million times. So I don't know about unintuitive. Like actually when I saw the engine say this, I thought this is the kind of move that you got me out of the habit of doing. Like I would constantly be dropping my bishop in places where I could move a bishop, and and in the cases where you would tell me no, you've already got a piece, you'd be correct. You'd definitely be correct. So when do you break the rules? Is like, when do you break the rules? And maybe it is. Well, I hesitate to say it's a waste of time to think about why a move is good. Like a pro is probably going to play this move. If the engine likes it as much as it does, there's a good chance a pro would play this move. So similarly, I'd want to think, oh, well, why is the pro playing that move? Or, why is this a good move? And I'm trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand. I'm not looking to make this move. I'm trying to understand why it's a good move. Because I would discount it immediately. So I'm just going to play this through and then move on. King has to take, of course. Okay. All right. I mean, not that that's necessarily the to get the rook is not necessarily the thing. The king's in a bad spot. We get the rook. But I don't want to give 2 bishops, so this is not a line I want to do. At this stage in my life, I do not like playing with 2 rooks versus 2 bishops. Especially against a Mino castle, even though the king's not in the Mino castle. All right, so let's move on. I made the second best move. I took. I'm sure I took. I didn't take. I took the middle pawn. So this is a speed calculation exercise. Tarifu, just dropping the pawn here is number 1 move by a decent chunk. Taking the lance is second best. Dropping the bishop here is also good. So why did I take the pawn? Just to I think my thinking was, and it was fine. It was fine. But my thinking was I wanted to eliminate one of his very few threats. So I wanted to eliminate one of my opponent's very few threats. He attacks. I'm going to guess I took the lance. So I don't really, like, that doesn't seem like a threat. I could use a lance. But maybe I dropped a bishop back here. So a bishop drop, if he wants to save it, ends up here or here. And then I get a horse. But the horse is blocking my rook. If he just ignores, and I think now I'm thinking I did play this move. If he ignores, I've got to spend a move to get the bishop. Well, it's not spending a move because he has to take back with a move. So I take the rook. And then I have 2 rooks, but he also has a bishop, which is going to be very annoying. So the value of having 2 rooks is going to be very annoying. Is going to be minimized when he has a bishop in hand. And my sort of semi-wide open territory. So the engine wants the 1-1. I dropped the bishop. It wasn't that bad, but it wasn't good. Okay, so this was a huge blunder by my opponent. And taking was great. So it's now like hugely winning. Yet I'm going to find a way to make it bad. I drop the rook. Dropping the rook here seems bad. You could just drop a silver. I don't know about dropping the dragon here, or the rook here. What other moves are there? Just taking the lance. Taking the lance is still a move. Taking the lance. I think taking the lance is good. It gets me out of all forks. And it eliminates bishop drops on this file. I'll take the lance. Engine wants to drop the rook here. So it hated 3-1, but it loved 4-1. It also loved taking the lance. All right. It also loved this, which is what I said, I think, initially. So almost every possible move was great except for my move. Why? Why? So what? So he did this. What should he have done? 4-2. Oh. Oh. To force this. Ah. Wait, no. Yeah. And then the bishop drop. Oh, okay. And that's why I hate going against bishops in hand. So I think that taking the lance, this is where I think I'm afraid that in the future I'm going to be less aggressive, and I'm going to take this lance, and we're going to be saying a couple weeks from now, taking the lance is too slow. You know, I'm so traumatized by these rook drops. Like me getting 2 rooks in the opponent's territory against a Mino and then getting terrorized by a bishop is becoming a constant theme. You know, hugely over. So my move was okay, but it wasn't great. Okay, the engine wants to just take. I'm going to ignore that. The engine can read. The engine can read with perfect precision the end game. So I'm going to ignore that one because that requires, I think, more calculation than I can provide. Because I don't want to give up a token. So if I take and then he takes, he's going to get his token. Oh, no, he's not. He can't take. I take, he can't take because my bishop would take. Ah. But then again, he could do this. Okay. All right. Well, he did this. What did I do? It's just a free... Yeah, I should have just taken. I mean, clearly I should have just taken. There's no need to review that because that was my, of course, the initial idea was just take, and then I got fancy. Like, oh no, I can take this intermediate move, but it wasn't an intermediate move. I gave him an intermediate move, and then it's a 10-second game. You know, it's a 10-second game. I couldn't see a move to make and made a mistake, a big mistake. So what are the moves here? What are the moves? What are the moves? My pawn is here, so I can't defend back. This is open. I could drop a silver. That seems weak. I could drop a silver here. That seems great. That seems great. Dropping a silver here seems great. That's my final answer. 8-2 silver. Interesting. 4-3 silver is there. Okay. 4-1. So 4-1. This is a move. Why is this good? I have to understand this. I have to be able to understand this. Why is 4-1 good? It's hitting this piece which is pinned. It's hitting the piece which is pinned. I drop 4-1. He drops another gold. Or he drops a pawn. I drop the silver. He drops the gold. I mean, I drop the silver. He drops the pawn. I take. He takes. And then I can redrop. And then he can drop. He can redrop a gold. So I take with the silver, he takes with the gold, I redrop. It's just a gold, it's a gold factory. Wait, so do this. Let's say he did this. I take, he takes. Mate in 23. I could do this to pull him over. Okay, rook drop. Rook takes his mate. I'm gonna ignore that. I'm gonna ignore that one. I just want some principles. So you would silver drop a2 here. Well, we'll look at that after this. That one, like I looked earlier for the rook drop and discounted that. The silver is obviously better on that side, but it still doesn't seem... Yeah, so yeah, I want to go into what that's thinking. So we get into these. Actually, let's... Oops, what just happened? I don't know what just happened. Okay, so this is it. So let's say he drops the gold. We take, he takes. Oh, it all revolves. It revolves around this. So the value of this was that we were going to do this. So if I didn't see the drop on 4-3, maybe I wouldn't see the value of 4-1. So it's 4-3 or 8-2. Okay, so that's one of those moves that's contingent on seeing the better moves. Okay, so let's look at silver drop 8-2. We're threatening this. Which is a threat. He drops a gold, or does he... No, let's say let's just say he's annoying. Let's say he's annoying. Is that good? Okay. Okay, it doesn't seem much worse. Okay. Now what? I don't want to drop this bishop here. Or here. I don't want to drop the bishop here. Yet. Five-2 dragon. God. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Is this required in every game? Is this required in every game? Take. Pawn takes. Bishop drop. Gold takes. Do I take with the dragon? I take with the dragon. King runs. Drop a gold. King runs. We take the silver. Is that it? Okay, so the pawn take is a mate and eight. So let's do that. That's what I saw. But I didn't see that it was mate. And now I'm seeing it's mate after all the pieces are cleared. Okay. So I would have stumbled into mate. I would have stumbled into mate. Then he takes here. But now it's the same thing. That seems more clear. And it's Sumero. Actually, let's give a worse piece. Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah, I mean it's yeah, in a 10-second game, I need to be able to believe that, the problem is when I start sacking stuff, that's when I start throwing the game away. Have to be able to do this. Yeah, I guess you have to be able to do this. Is there any move here that is not just a set? So like, let's say I do this, and he drops his pawn. I take. I take. Takes. Oh, I start taking material. Okay. And now it's now it looks like I can't go for big moves. Pawn drop. Defense. Attack and defense. Taking some material. Yeah, this is where I'm going to make a move, and then I'm going to get forked. What time is it? Oh, wow, 12:54. 12:54. Koshiro is almost about to play. I'm going to take a quick break, and let me turn off the engine on that one. I mean, it's not running anyway. Anyway, I will be right back. back. It's just a fundamental surround the king move. That silver 8-2. Yeah. 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 Hey, Gust1. Sorry to see that result. I didn't look at the Kifu, but I saw the result of yesterday's game. I was cheering for you. Those Australians. It wasn't a good game. I'm sorry to hear that as well. Yeah, it's one thing to lose, but it's another thing to lose a bad game. Just very, very frustrating. Or sad, I guess. Not frustrating, it might not be the right word for it. The impact of not practicing for a month. Yeah, you need to focus. You need to focus on Shogi. Get all that other stuff in your life out of there. 100% Shogi. And the more you play Shogi, surely the happier you'll be. So you'll be a happier person. Man. I think I'm starting to understand why chess players why chess players are insane and why shogi players are pretty insane. Seem to be pretty insane. Quirky. It's a boy. It lives in my brain. It lives in there and it's constantly churning. I was waking up thinking about a bad game that I played yesterday. Just waking up thinking about it and then going over the moves. They may not have even been real moves from the game. Koshiro logged in, and it looks like we're probably going to get this started pretty soon. And there it is. Boom. Koshiro is Gote. Let's flip the board. I am going to make the executive decision to flip the board. He's starting with that Murata Shistemu. All right, excited. I am excited. I am very excited. You know, I just don't... I think there's an expectation thing. The expectation of... being able to... Oh, interesting. He's did the pawn drop. You don't want to think about yesterday's game. You'll focus on the next. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, I often wish I couldn't think about it. I often wish that I would just stop thinking about some of these bad games or some of the losses. I don't know if I have that personality. I mean, I could definitely have some things rub off, or what is it, slide off the back. But some games, some shogi games are not like that. Because they become bigger issues in my head. They become global issues to me. They become sort of, well, you know, I lost that game. Does that mean... Does that mean my end game is just so bad? I am never going to be better. Like, does that mean I have hit my cap? I have hit my cap of all this opening study and memorization and experience is going to get me. You know, it's like the opening is getting me to winning games, and I can't win the games. Or, you know, there are a lot of like this one I played today off stream. Again, it was a 10-second game, so I don't want to make too much of it, but I thought I was playing really well throughout this morning. And it was against a 3-dan, and it turns out I did have this winning position, not made on the board, but very close to it. And I collapsed. You know, he flailed. He made a lot of flails. I fought off a lot of the flails for most of the game, but one of the flails hit. And all of a sudden, you know, I'm in a tough spot. And then he gave me another chance. And then he actually gave me another chance. I think if I'm thinking of the right game. And it was a tough one, but I think I could have seen it. But the thing also is, I think there's some expectation, there's some misplaced expectation that I have that I should feel good about my games, or hey, Xenon X Test, you used to think about your bad gate plays for days. Yeah, I mean, I that's a problem for me. You know, I think about these things for days, nights, I should say, because it's usually, you know, nights. But what am I trying to say? I don't know what I'm trying to say. What was I going to say? Oh, but you know, the reality is, so you get these Don ranks, you get these Q and Don ranks, and they sound more impressive than they actually are. So, like, you know, being 2 Don on 81 Dojo or 3 Don on 81 Dojo, if you look at the 81 Dojo rating numbers, which do seem to correspond a bit with like chess ratings, the breakdown of top players and whatnot, on 81 Dojo, 2 Don is just 1600. A 1600 chess player is a good player. He's a good player, but not like a great player. Hey, Foradun. 3 Dan on 81 Dojo is 1750. 1750 in chess, that's a good player. It's a darn good player. Not a great player. But 3 Dan sounds so much more impressive than 1750. Adrian Show, you say, honestly, you think the highest leverage thing for me is my mental. So often I just fall apart after I make one mistake, or you think the opponent makes a brilliant move. Yeah, I know. Because I just don't see a move. But the reality is, a lot of times those moves are bad. Like, you know, some of my you know, air quotes winning positions are on the edge of a knife, and you know, as most winning positions are. But like today in that game against the Shodan today on Shogi Wars, when I just left my dragon to be captured. Yeah. There wasn't a comeback from that. I mean, there was obviously a way to try to hold up, and I tried, but you know, realistically, I put myself in a terrible position. But like I said at the beginning of this stream, you know, it's one thing I've noticed, and maybe this is the truth for most people, is that, you know, when I'm streaming, I will collapse much more. I will collapse whether I'm streaming or whether I'm not streaming, or whether I'm playing over the board or whether I'm, you know, playing online. There will come a point in which I collapse, and maybe everyone has that point. But that point comes a lot faster when I'm streaming. So, like the game that I lost to the 3 Dan off stream today, I did not throw for a long time. It was a 200 plus move 10-second game. A lot of those moves I was actually trying to get Sinichite. It was in that position that Koshiro taught me against opposing rook, and I was in a good spot, and he wouldn't take this pawn, so I was moving my king back and forth as he was shuffling his generals. And that's the game I ended up, even though I wanted the Sinichte, that's the game I got into the winning, where I should have been able to win. I held out for a long time, but eventually the huge blunder and collapse hit. I don't know if it was that move 170 or if it was that move 180 or whatever it was, but like, that move, the collapse might have happened at move 140 if I was streaming, rather than move 170 or whatever it was. But I think a lot of the problem, and it might be mental, but I don't know if it is that a lot of times I just do not see moves. I just don't see moves. And actually, this is kind of what put me in a bit of a funk last night, is that I brought up Shogi Wars, and I did those Kishin quizzes, where they ask you, from a game you played, what's the best move? And these were moves in each of these problems. I actually had like what they called a 90% plus win chance in these games. And I stared at these board positions for a long time, and I could not find moves. They were great puzzles. For me, anyway. They were great quizzes. Because they were endgame positions where I'm completely winning if I just find the move or two. And I couldn't even guess at the right move. And then once I saw it, it's like, how did I not even consider this? So, it wasn't a mental thing. There are big gaps in just some what may be fundamental structures. I don't know. But it's what made me feel like, again, like, God, I'm so bad at this game. Is it just, is there never a point? Is there never going to be a point where you just don't feel like an idiot playing the game? Maybe I just got a little bit too, I was, as the kids would say, I was feeling myself too much with some of my recent success. Koshiro has just been continually pushing up the board like he does. But his opponent is kind of pushing up as well. Excuse me. So you take with the gold, and then the pawn drops on the gold's head, then you just got to go to the side? So you're blocking the rook? I guess that gives Koshiro a chance to get his rook to the middle. With backing that pawn push. Darkney, subscribing with Prime for 7 months. Thank you. Oh, that makes my day. That makes my day, because my shogi was not feeling great. That makes my day. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am still in that post-rank up malaise. where like you have these things, you sometimes feel like you're doing so well and you're finally getting it, and then you get knocked right back down. Yeah, I'm your number one cooking support. I'm glad to do it. Very glad to do it. It's hilarious. It cracks me up. That just cracks me up. Now you have me thinking about food, and you have me thinking about what I'm going to be eating later, or what we're going to be eating later. I I confess that I bought some ice cream earlier this week. I've been trying to get off the ice cream. You still wish I would have that live cat cam. You know, the thing is, it would almost always be empty. I agree. I agree it would be nice. I don't have any ports available to connect another camera, but if I did, it would mostly just be sitting there. Like, she almost never comes on that. Taria's been she's been, look at this. Look at Koshiro switching back. If the PC had a touch bar, they could use a switch. Well, I can switch between scenes pretty quickly. I do have this, you know, I have this multi-view running. Maybe Apple should look into a touch bar. Yeah, I don't know if that's a joke. The last time Apple looked into the touch bar, it did not go so well. Boy, we were ready to revolt. Internal to Apple. Oh, Edward Ponko. I didn't see you. Sorry about that. I'm so sorry. You mentioned that while I was talking to Ghost One. Your icon is just a little darker green than his. I must have missed it. I'm so sorry. Internally at Apple, when those touch bars came out, let me just say, there were not many people that I knew that were happy with it. That was like, what is going on? Have we lost it? What is going on? Even the people that I know that were just like, Apple could never do any wrong. The touch bar was a misstep. But we recovered from those days. I gotta say, it takes not a lot of big corporations admit their mistake and get rid of it. Not many do. It took a little bit of time. There is lead time in production and designs and things like that. But like, Apple made it right. I think you have to, even an Apple hater would have to admit that Apple made it right. And by right, I mean got rid of that garbage. Such a bad idea. It's just such a bad idea. Such a bad idea and such a bad implementation. I don't know who knows. I don't know how much of this is. I think this is all public, but like that touch bar was running a separate operating system. Just nonsense. Nonsense. I think once Johnny Ive left, a lot of good stuff happened. A lot of good stuff came back. I was a big Forstall guy. So, I came looking to work for Scott Forstall. So, when he was forced out unfairly, unjustly, incorrectly, I was not happy. Wow. What? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. It took me a while. There's a pawn there. There's a pawn there. Yeah, Ivan. This is the Austrian player is very strong. But I never bet against Koshiro. Never would I ever bet against Koshiro. Wow. So he's giving, potentially giving a knight back, and that would give 2 knights in hand to MDK. But this does seem pretty resilient. There's no rook down this file. Yeah, Shogi is saying more succinctly of what I'm trying to say is that there's only 2 generals here, but it seems like Koshiro's king is pretty safe. As it always is. Even when his king looks wide open, it's really safe. It's crazy. It's crazy. Interesting. So if he takes with the rook, the pawn takes. Or should he take with the bishop now? If he takes with the bishop, then he drops a pawn, a tataki. Yeah, that wouldn't be good. What is that? A $10 donation from Darkney. Is that what that is? Did it show up on stream here? There it is. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow. The Twitch resub and the donation. Thank you. My goodness. My goodness, so generous. Thank you. Thank you. Gosh, you really made my day. You really made my day. Joey saying I need to read further. You see the pawn drop and stop, but should calculate whether you can just trade everything on 2-3 and mate the king. Well, so I guess I wasn't speaking it, but I didn't see how to make that. It looked like it petered out after a couple. After getting this gold, after getting the gold up, after sacking all this stuff up over, sack. You're getting the gold up. It looked to me like he still had 1 square to go. And then the rook drop with check would maybe be able to clear it. So my visualization starts getting really foggy. But that's what I was. Yeah, I think I only spoke the pawn. So he's getting that extra piece now. Yeah, that makes sense. So potentially not even a sack, I guess. He was going to lose that anyway, although he would have gotten the gold back. Oh, so if you read through this and say I'm a piece short, then you can make a play like this. Yeah. 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 If you trust your reading, yeah. And it seems like a natural move anyway because it is under pressure. The only thing, yeah. You pretty much have to go with it because otherwise dropping stuff on the head of the rook is going to be a possibility. No, I did not pull the handsome gold suit guy from KIOU. Koshiro is Gote. Yes, Ivan. I flipped the board to look from his perspective. Darkney, I'm still building. I'm rebuilding up the diamonds with that monthly pass to get 1,800 diamonds, so I can do a pull. I've got enough gold boxes to be able to do a free pull, but I've already done the max amount of free pulls in July. So KIOU limits how many free pulls you can do per month. Well, he's not really the bald guy. He's the handsome gold suit guy who happens to shave his hair off. Because it looks better. And it's more aerodynamic. And it's the sign of superior intelligence. Just like in Star Trek, the motion picture. I can't remember what her name was. No, I don't know his name. I just call him the handsome gold guy. So what is he calculating? MDK must be calculating, can I take this piece? And he decided he can. So he must have been looking like, is it enough? And he must be saying, no, it is not enough. Ah, that's an interesting way. Yeah, because my guess is he was emboldened by the defensive capability of this rook. Kinjo Go is the name. Kinjo Go. So keen like gold. He's Joseph Gold. My stomach. I don't think it's going to come through on the mic, but my stomach is rumbling. Ever since Darkney. I blame Darkney. Okay, so he's going to... He resigned. Good game. Quick one. But where's the resignation? So, why can't I edit? So, he comes up. We drop a pawn. Yeah. Maybe there's a cleaner. Is there a cleaner one? Very, very nice, boy. Let's copy this into the Lee Shogi study. Koshiro just makes it look so effortless. He just makes it look so effortless. Rook drop 6-8 is cooler. It is cooler. It definitely is cooler. Oh, actually, this is the wrong study. Delete the chapter. Oh, look at this. So this, in that last game, I made one blunder against the 2-dan. Oh, interesting. Wait, no inaccuracies, no mistakes, one blunder? Huh. That doesn't seem right. Oops. Create study, go to the streamed WSL TT games. So, yeah. He just makes it look so effortless. What is this? What is that icon? Is that a Splatoon icon, Darkney? Is that Splatoon? No, who's this diva? I thought it was a Splatoon icon. Wait, it's not my. It's not from. I don't think it's from mine, is it? I don't even know what it is. I sure didn't draw it. All I did is the draw those lame pieces and the take the snapshot, the snippets of Atari. Okay, the engine does believe in this. The engine does believe in this. After you give it enough time, it believes in it. So I would have done this, which would have given up a lot of equity. Because I would have believed in this. So this does not work. It wants that. But so I would have come up. Oh, he can just run. He can just run. Oh. And this is where I just take my desk and I throw it out the window. Yeah, my visualization is imperfect, let's just say. Yeah. So was there any way? There was no way. Okay, there was no way after taking. So there was no defense to this. Let's look. If silver 9-4, they have a mate. So if we drop silver 9-4, no, it wants. Yeah, if you could see, yeah, it's just calling it plus 18 or plus 17. So it's no mate, but wait, what? How is this? Is it not Zumero? How? What? Oh, we only have one silver. We only have one silver. I thought we had two silvers. Oh, because we dropped the silver. Okay, hold on. Let's not do that. Let's drop a pawn. Oh, we can't drop a pawn. And okay. 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 Yeah, if we come up, they have mate. Ooh, boy. Wow. Yeah, this is nice. This is nice. You give it up so that you can come back. And there's just it is mate. There's nothing to do. I would just take. Do we have it? I think we have enough, do we? Promote? Yeah, we do. Okay. Wow. Oof. Look at this. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh. Oh, this is not showing up on stream. What I'm laughing at here is this bit. pretty good. Oh man. I think the lowest that I've ever had is like 45. And I was not playing a 4-dan. Yeah. Yeah, he just got ground out. He just got ground out. I think the engine didn't like that that night drop. Obviously, this is low depth engine, low depth server side. It could be much. You know, there could be mistakes in here. I don't know. This is your PR. Previous was 35. Very nice. Thank you for playing at a time when I'm able to watch it. Being able to watch you gets my hopes, not my hopes, gets my spirits up, because I have not been having a good shogi 24 hours. I have not been having a good shogi 72 hours. I'm back in the soul searching. I'm back in that soul searching. You know what? When I reach my highs, that's when I quickly hit my lows. Yeah, this was beautiful. This is very instructive to me. Because I struggle with this. You know, obviously I play it a little different here. I'm in a slightly different position, but I have certainly studied when the opponent pushes the pawn. But it's the least of my studying, so I often will trip myself up at some point. Yeah, and then this move is very impressive. Yeah, I need to be able to make this move. Yeah, I love it. I love that move. So let's take a look at the WSL Division A standings right now. Brazil sitting in 5th. Tie a log jam up here. 4 out of 5, but this is a good start for this month here. There it is. Yeah, so that's 1-0. Takashima-san and YKT are gonna have to they're gonna have to bring the noise, because these guys are also really good. I mean, it's Division A, so nobody there aren't any weak players here, but I've watched both of these, not a lot, but I've watched both of them, and they're both really good. This looked low for him, and I guess I see that his peak is in the 3-dan. I don't know, what is that icon? What is that icon? It's an old guy in a wizard hood. Makes me want to play an RPG or something. So yeah, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough, but it's gonna be a start. It's a good start. In the previous game against MDK, he didn't move the edge pawn. It went quite similar. Interesting. So he likes that. He must like that that pawn on the silver head move. The engine doesn't hate. The engine likes it. It's just I don't see many people play that. Oh, in that game you ended up going opposing after some exchanges. Oh, that would make sense. Yeah, like I will often end up going opposing. But you had so many pieces already blocking. Oops. You had so many pieces. You already had so many pieces sort of preventing you from going opposing. Maybe not preventing, but yeah. Yeah, really impressive stuff. Like, what is the idea here? Taking space? I mean, this idea I understand. Oh, because you can potentially climb that silver up on that side? Oh, so it actually surprises me a bit that you didn't. Well, you've got this castle. You've got this castle and you've got no generals over here. So I guess it makes sense to keep your rook over on this side. He'll be able to drop a pawn back to prevent any shenanigans. The main idea is going slow and try to make a tactic with the extra pawn. Okay, wow. Wow, so you've got that extra pawn. Wow. Yeah. Like, all 4 of these guys. And I guess there's not necessarily the tactic. Maybe that is the tactic. You get your pawn back. My eyes immediately go to this, or oh, I guess you can, well, once the goal. So my eyes go to this to defend. That must be wrong, right? That is at some point going to give a bishop exchange? Or no? Not necessarily. You take this gold away. So like, is the rook okay? Okay, the rook is okay. The rook move is okay. But of course, your move is better. Yeah, I'm staring at the gold, thinking like, how is that gold? How is my gold going to become a target? Like to me, I was afraid of this as it happened, right? Did it not happen? Wait, what happened? Oh, okay. So I was afraid of the pawn takes, and then oh no, it was after. It was after. Yeah, like when you move this gold up, I thought you're essentially committing to block your rook, and I thought that this was going to be bad, or not. If not bad, just less than ideal. Hmm. I think during the game I saw why not to take with the gold, but I'm not seeing it now. During the game I saw it, but I'm not seeing it now. Would that be it? Okay, this is actually, gosh, it's amazing. It's amazing. During the game, this is what I was like, oh, if he takes, then we climb our silver through the middle. And I just wasn't even seeing it now. Oops. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to get back to where we were. Gosh, the scrolling sometimes is really... Ah! The scrolling is sometimes very annoying. Okay. So then yeah, I guess this is really tough. Yeah. Yeah, it's already looking real rough. Would this have been okay? Or is this just... Oh, gold takes is okay. Okay. I thought of gold takes. And so when you made this move, I was so surprised. I was also surprised because I thought it was a sacrifice, because I didn't realize your pawn was this far advanced. I was expecting this all day, but okay. All right. So pawns at the 6th rank win games. Yeah. Yeah, you've said that before. I need to internalize that. I had a good game. I was thinking of you earlier today. I had a good game off stream. I ended up throwing the game, but I played a 200 move 10-second game. But so many of the moves were me trying to get Sanichde. And I was thinking during the game, what would Koshiro do? What would Koshiro do? Is this it? No. Is this it? Is this it? Did I not copy it into 81 Dojo? This is not it. This is not it. I'm gonna copy it from Shogi Wars. I must have copied it somewhere else. Against a 3-dan Shogi Wars player. So this would have been one of my biggest Shogi... This would have been turned out to it turned into one of my biggest failures. It would have been one of my biggest successes. I thought I already did this. Oh, it is here. It is here. Okay. So 200. $204 moves. And I resigned. So I could have made it go longer. I got my beloved position. I got my beloved position. But my opponent, hey Melkor, my precious. I got my precious position that Koshiro handed down. Koshiro etched it in stone and handed this position down to me. You say Milbury the Silver was a bit rushed. Simply Gold Takes Night was good enough. Well, I don't think it was rushed, but so I got my position. I got my beautiful position. But my opponent, like a proper player, my opponent did not exchange his pawn. So we had to go slow. The ESC WSC lineup looks comparatively usually quite empty at the top this year. The player count, I was looking at the ESC website, and the numbers seem surprisingly low. 90 registrants is pretty low, right? Am I misremembering? I was actually going to ask someone if maybe there are a lot of people that register the day of the event. But I was surprised to see only 90 registrants. Where is it? Why is this not a link? Why is this not a link? Why? Visa! Just give me the link. 2026 ESC WSC. Why is this so difficult? Why is this so difficult? I found it yesterday. I found the page yesterday. Just click on tournaments. So just click on, well, I did. And then European Championships. And now it just says 2025. So I'll do calendar. There we go. There's a separate, there it is. ShogiDeutschland.de. Wait, is this the thing I was looking at? I swear there was, here it is. The tournament statistics. 92 players. Yeah. It's not that low. It's a little under the average. Okay. In my mind, last year, there were like 150 or 160. So I may just be completely inflating that in my mind. So my opponent here did not play the move. So I had to go into delay. Doesn't like this. Engine does not like this. I just didn't know it's a 10-second game. So it's a 10-second game, so I'm just playing by wits. I had to make a move, and I didn't know what to do. Okay. Okay, I could see this. Yeah. Yeah, these are all other than this move, these are moves that I'm just not going to be able to find. So I was desperate. I think I almost flagged on this. So I dropped the silver. Whatever. It's still fine. The engine says it's still fine. And there's my rook back. And now here goes my delay. I'm playing for Senichite. I'm just so like all of these moves are probably taking like 8 or 9 seconds. And I'm like, what should I do? Like, what would Koshiro do? This is what I was thinking. Like, what would Koshiro do? So where's my first? Where's my first? Okay. Yeah, the opponent didn't know what to do, but he moved his generals. So I was hoping that we would Senichite. So okay, so at this point, in browser is saying plus 2.1, plus 2.2, server side saying plus 5. Getting the rook over. I don't see how getting the rook over is going to be anything, because this silver is blocking it. Would we come back? But then we can't push this pawn. So this pawn push, gold up. So the engine doesn't like this rook move as much anymore, but it still likes it. So I wanted to just Senichite, but my opponent didn't let me. I mean, I wouldn't either. Like, he's 3 Don, I'm 1Q in this 10-second mode. So, like, but there is no downside to Senichite. There's no draw, there's no draw ratings. It just gets canceled. But what to do? Why is this good? Try to exchange knights by playing pawn 6-5. Interesting. Like this kind of thing. His rook is no longer in this diagonal. What is going on here? The engine is saying that this is a good move. This is a good move. It wants me to give up my silver? This is what I would play, but the engine doesn't like this. So you want... If you were the opponent, you would 100% accept Senichite. So I'll try to... Well, but you would not be playing opposing rook. You're an honorable shogi player. You would not be playing opposing rook. So anyway, yeah, I kept... The engine keeps wanting this. The engine keeps wanting this. Why does it want this? king 7-9, silver 8-8, knight 7-7 before the pawn 6-5. So you're saying, so before the let's say he does this, something like this. So what makes you want to exchange knights? What in this position makes you want to exchange knights? Like, why is that catching your eye? I'm staring at the board looking for weaknesses. We get access to knight drop 6-7. Knight drop 6-7. Preparing more pawn exchanges and potential forks. Wow. Wow. There was a move, the Utsunomiya Shogi Center videos. I was watching one this morning, and he made a far back knight move drop like that. And I saw that move, and I was just thinking, how do I incorporate that? How do I even incorporate that into my thinking? I guess you see the fork in the Utsunomiya game. It was a king fork, but you see the fork. You see this square, and you work to make this exchange happen. Interesting. Very interesting. You say the engine is rarely recommending a drop like that? The engine plan here is, so you say, is straightforward. Yeah, so we do this, like, this seems like what I usually go for. This seems like what I usually go for. I'm not sure why I didn't see this. Oh, I think I was just trying so hard to get Seniche. I was trying so hard to get a Seniche that I think I missed this. This is an idea that's right in line with what we normally get. Like, we want him to push the pawn. We want him to push the pawn in this structure. But now he got out of this thing. Adrian Shogi, you say, just so you get an idea of levels, you were looking at the gold structure thinking it looks weak, but couldn't figure out how to exploit it. Okay, so it's next level. Like Koshiro, I don't see that. I mean, I barely see that gold structure being a forkable thing at this point. You see it. Koshiro then sees it and has the idea to exploit it. So back to this move. That we're talking about. The engine, and Koshiro pointed out. So the engine wants to push. Oh, he wants a pawn to push onto 4. Wait, the engine does? Melkor, you're saying that it's really just about, since the position is kind of frozen, You want to see if you can drop your pieces in a way it guarantees value. Yeah. Yeah, in these stuck positions, I'm usually just trying to find ways to not collapse my position. The biggest threat of knight 6-7 is to get a vanguard pawn at pawn 7-5. Okay. Okay. That's an interesting idea. So it's okay to get vanguard pawns in front of our own castle. I'm always afraid to push stuff here because my own castle is sometimes so weak. Yeah, he's not going to take it back. Yeah, he's definitely not going to take it back. But so back to the 5-4 move. Where was the 5-4 move? Where did I do that? Oh, here. So at this position, the engine liked the oops. I pulled my king back here, but the engine also really liked this. You think the best? Hey Ayaka, good to see you. Shogi Bros. You think the best change and takeaway from this game was the timing where he pushed 5-4? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I need. Well, that's what I need to take away from it. But the thing is, I almost always do take that away. So that's like, I'm waiting. It's crazy is that, I'm waiting and hoping that he pushes that pawn 5-4. Because that's when I want to pounce. But then when he did it, I was already in a Sinichde mindset. I was already totally in a Sinichde mindset. So I didn't even see it. But just for other ideas, what is this? Can we put into human words why the engine for the past 20 or 30 moves has been wanting me to push pawn 8-6? You want to show? Okay, I'll look at your draw attempt after. So this is a 10-second game, and I got to 205 moves. And I should have won. I should have won. So we usually want him to take 5-5 for us to sabaki the silver. Okay. With the pawn, we could pawn 2-4, pawn takes pawn drop 2-5, making enjoy. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. The 8-6. So we do this. Oh, no, pawn takes pawn. Well, we don't have a pawn yet. Wait. Wait, so you must actually mean you must mean now it wants me to take this. Oh, this is getting too. Well, I guess I'll look here. The engine wants me to give the silver back. Because I get 2 lances for it. I get 2 lances for it. Okay, so let's get this pawn. Let's play the engine's best move. So now we can push here. You like this idea of pushing the edge? Ah. Ah, you want to exchange. He can't exchange. He can't exchange. So he's got to do this. Okay. Okay. Now we've got the pawn out of the way. Melkor saying we're up material with a better structure. Starting the middle game is just really good. Well, that's the key. That's the key that I struggle with. You know, how to start that middle game without making my position collapse or without overextending. Oh, you think knight takes could be interesting? Yeah. What's he going to do here? So he can't take because take. Bishop drop on 4-2. Is that why? Is that why you can't take? Oh, no. Ah, oh, that's a nasty tactic. Oh, that is nasty. That is nasty. Goodness gracious, that's nasty. Wow. Okay. So these are just Koshiro things. These are just Koshiro things. Oh, that's an Anagumo / Millennium typical Sabaki with Rook Bishop Knight. Interesting. Okay. 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 My opponents usually have better structure than this, though. But it's something to keep in mind. Like, that's the thing is, maybe I should be looking at this and seeing, oh, you know, this is not a great structure. This is not a great structure. This silver is not defended. The hardest part is to get a pawn to make this online. I see. You don't like it, Melkor? It does feel sort of bad to give him a rook. But we're gonna get the bishop also, I guess. And his castle is pretty busted. This is a lot of deep stuff. These are the kinds of positions that really separate the players. Finding plans and not collapsing seem to me to be huge rank differentiators. In this game, I managed to get the huge advantage. So my big differentiator was that my endgame is just the worst possible. We use all our pawns and need to sack the knight too to make it go. Yeah, you don't like that. Yeah, understandable. Yeah, we are giving up. Yeah, we are giving up a knight for that. That's something that I neglected in my afterward. I was saying we're getting a silver or a rook or a bishop. But no, we're also giving a knight. Yeah, to get something, we've got to give something first. Yeah. All right. And so here's we're here. We are here in this graph. There was a lot more Shogi. There was a lot more Shogi. And then boom. And then somehow he gave me a chance back, and then boop. You feel like there's some sort of pawn 5-4, rook 2-5, pawn drop 8-5 combination. In what spot? Before, like right here. Because here we don't have the pawn yet. Oh, I see. Some way to make that work. You're getting that rook. Yeah. So I've noticed when I get into the slow game in this sort of, I'll back it up. When I get into the slow game, wow, the engine really loved my position here. Oh, this is after the lance. Yeah, so this is where my opponents will usually sit. Or they'll start like climbing their king and their silver and their golds. I think I sometimes do this now. I think Killer Ducky or Adrian Shogi had suggested this a while back, and I've done this in a couple games since then. Magic based, yeah. You got to take damage to make damage. That's a gaming. It's more of a gaming story. All right, so we've seen mine. Let's see Killer Ducky's attempt at Sinichte. It's not as good when they're already in Silver Crown. Oh, okay. Yeah, because Silver Crown is so good against the edge. Yeah, so when my opponent gets into Silver Crown, I'm often like, well, they got the edge battened down. What am I going to do? So we're move 44 here. Oh, did it work? It didn't work. Oh, man. Woo. This is a spicy game right here. Oh, they've got the Japanese name. This is KIOU. They lost and it's 100% their. Okay, so you won this game. That is the best. That's the best way. That's the best way. I felt that was the main reason why I was disappointed to lose that game. Not because it was a 3-don, not because of me wanting to win the game. My biggest reason to want to win that game was to say, you know what? You declined my draw offer. You declined my draw offer. How dare you? I want to make them pay. Like Picard, I want to make them pay for what they have done. Look at this. Look at this aggression. Look at what is going on here. And he resigned? No, he didn't resign. Oh boy, I thought there was a guaranteed resign right there. He's fighting. Huh. This move makes me think of Mitani in the Hazechu, the Go Club, trying to win the meaningless Ko threat. For whatever reason, this move just popped into my mind thinking about that. Melkor, exactly. If your Gote takes it each day. I'm liking this endgame from Killer Ducky. He walked into that one. He walked into that one. Oh man, yeah. That's a good endgame. So that's I need to channel some of that. I make some slow moves. I make some lame moves. But just be aware. Just be aware. After the king was killed, your rook was also killed. So who's to say? Who's to say who got the best of that one? I mean, who really is to say? Mistakes were made on both sides. They lost the king, you lost the rook. The other reason you offered draw was because you had zero idea what to do. I mean, that's when I do the draw. Is that when I do not see what else to do. And especially like in a 10-second game, I'm thinking 8 to 9 seconds before making my move, and I'm just not seeing anything. And like often, like the king move or whatever is the only move I can see which doesn't collapse my position. Because my opponent, I have had games where my opponent tries to Sinichite me. When I'm going to guess my opponent thought I was in an advantageous position, and when I think I'm in an advantageous position, and I try to not Sinichite, and then I end up just overpressing or doing something. Yeah, exactly. Killer Ducky loses the rook before the opponent loses his king, so it's actually even worse for Killer Ducky. Yeah, you're gonna lose this. You're gonna lose this rook, and then you're gonna lose this gold. So he takes the rook, you take the king, he takes the gold. So that's a king and a lance for a rook and a gold. That's not a great trade. That's numerically, that's not a great trade. Just using the maths. All right. It's 221. It's 221. Are we getting any stream, Melkor? Are we getting any stream this year of the ESC WOSC? Do you have any sense of that? Since you're in Germany, and since you're a mathematician, Melkor understands that argument because Melkor knows math. So Melkor understands that it was better for the opponent than Killer Ducky. Do you know? You're in Germany. Is this going to be streamed? You're our field representative right now. August 6 to 9. How long is it until August 6 to 9? You might ask. Well, let me tell you, it's 5 days, 20 hours, 37 minutes, and 51 seconds. There's no streaming a priori. Oh, maybe someone will do something privately. Someone needs to pay for get I Dream of Shogi a ticket. Get I Dream of Shogi on the next Red Eye. No, you're the best representative. You are the best representative. You're board one of the German WSL team. You are the best representative. Wait, it's not 5 days. Wait, it's not 5 days, 20 hours. Wait. Wait, is the math wrong? Wait, that math is wrong. That math is wrong. Oh, registration ends. See, I was interpreting the page as German. I was reading in the native German. And I don't speak German. I was reading it in the native language. All right. Well, it is what it is. So what's Shogi Wars doing in here? Oh, this just opens up Shogi Wars. Get out of here. Do we have a rundown of the Shogi Wars event? This is a cool thing. Is this showing up on stream? I don't know if this is new, but this does not ring a bell. This Rising Dragons Cup. This is kind of cool. Well, magic-based, yeah. They added piece flicking. They added piece flicking. Very strange feature. A very strange feature. I was testing it out against the bots, and I did not have. So let's go back. Let's go over to 81 Dojo or to Shogi Wars. Actually, let me change my settings here. Move by flick. This drag is not new, right? This is not new. Right? This is the one that it always had, I think. So let's practice. So flick is like I'm just going. Whoosh. I wish you could see my mouse. Like I'm just like floating this in there. Oh. So what about drag? Wait, hold on. Hold on. This is new. The drag is new. It used to not follow. It used to not follow. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. This is revolutionary. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's 2026. Oops. I discovered the downside of drag. Move. Oh, I wonder if that's why my opponent didn't promote. My opponent today, today, he didn't promote his pawn. Wait, why? I can't reproduce it. I can't reproduce it. I'm trying not to Okay, so what I did there was drag, release, and then quickly click again. You know, sort of mimicking sort of the mental, mimicking the, what am I trying to say? The muscle memory of click, click. Oh, I didn't. I wanted to see if I could flick it. Flick. Dinkin' flicka. Flick, flick. Ooh. Look at this. The bot is playing well. It's making good moves now. I mean, it's not making good moves, but like, so let's surround the king. Let's surround the king. I don't want to... Okay, well, let's do this. Surround the king.
Victory!
Okay, that is good. I am going to leave that. I'm going to turn flick off. I'm going to turn flick off, just in case. I'm gonna play another. I'm gonna try to play as fast as I can. Oops, that's the wrong button. Practice.
あなたが先手です。
Oh. This pawn is in the way. This pawn is in the way. I said I'd play as fast as I can. Boy, I'm giving up pieces. Oh, I didn't promote. Because I didn't what am I trying to say? I didn't do it. So I'm going to lose this piece. Yeah. All right, engine. All right, I see you. Look at this. Look at this guy. Wow. Pawn drop. Interesting, yeah. All right. Oops. Okay. I'm not going to resign. I'm going to see if he could beat me. I'm going to see if he could beat me. I think he's going to beat me. Huh. What can I do? Is there anything I can do here? Arigatou gozaimashita. We did it. Flick moving does seem like a disaster. Not even just mouse, but also finger disaster waiting to happen. Totally, totally, totally. But this drag is all right. The drag is all right. I think I might still click because I'm afraid of the promotion. Should I just get this? Drop the pawn. He rues the king. Take. Silver takes, drops the silver. All right, let's try this. Ooh. Huh. Did I mess up? Did I have something better there? Chessmate. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Arigatou gozaimashita. All right. Just mumbling my words. Okay. I like that. I think that's good. Thank you for pointing that out, Magic Based. I never would have gone back and looked because I played with the flick. I did not see the drag. I saw their tweet. I thought just mentioned flick. At least maybe it was a rough translation because I just saw flick. Very cool. That's a good start. I think that's really promising. I'm terrified that I am not going to. So I'm going to test vertical. I'm going to test vertical. See if that's any good. The vertical promotion. Let's try vertical promotion. Wow, it's a weird king move. Wait, so let's do click. It's defaulting to this is it. This is it. It's defaulting to promote. It's this is yes. this is my new default. It defaults my cursor over the promotion rather than in the middle where the slightest nudge will default, will like the, if you double click vertical, if you accidentally double click, you'll get a promotion. Love it. Love it. Interesting. Interesting. Ooh. Is that mate? Shogi is a game about checkmating the rook. All right. And so the KIOU arc ends and the Return to Shogi Wars arc begins. This is true. This is true. This is true. They had me. KIOU had me. Speaking of KIOU, hold on. Speaking of KIOU, let's switch our scenes here. Give me a second. Oh, wait, where is it? This is not it. Hold on. Is KIOU not running? Yeah, they are, their server had problems earlier. Okay, so it's starting up. Let's give me a chance. I need to log in and get my daily login stuff. The most important thing. Yeah, the manga guy. He needs to start on the new arc. Yeah. Shogi Wars needs 30-second Byoyomi, or at least 20-second Byoyomi. I can't. My main game cannot be 10-second Byoyomi. I think I can't go back to Shogi Wars for my main site because I can't. 10-second is too fast. I love 10-second, but it's too fast for me to make it my main game. 20 seconds, I think I could at least, I think I can make the argument. 30 seconds obviously would be fantastic. 10:30 would be even better, but 30-second Byoyomi would be great. But I don't think they're going to add that. So we've got 1250. Let's do our Shogi Dad with a W take. It's amazing that I'm sitting here agreeing with Melkor. It's amazing. I am a sophisticate and a lover of quality openings. Melkor does not love my opening as much as I do. Yeah, how far have I fallen? Exactly. Well, I can't go back to 10-minute Kiramake. So, as I was... Wait, we got to convert these to gold boxes. Hold on. We have work to do. We have work to do. Our daily duties We now have 77 gold boxes. And I think we still cannot buy a ticket. I'm going to guess. Unless their server outage was doing maintenance for this. No. We still can't buy any. All right, so that we're done with KIOU. And time to go back to Shogi Wars. Okay, there we are. What's your opinion on you getting a character from a single ticket? You did? Wait, you did on KIOU? Is my stream dead? I'm my YouTube management console is not working here. You did? They know. The KIOU people, they know. They know that you're not going to be paying them money. So they're like, let's give him this. Let's give him this and hope that he becomes a whale. Like they feed you the gacha. They feed you the joy of the victory in hopes that you'll want to taste that again. Me, I'm giving them money to support them, and they're like, well, maybe he'll stop giving us money if we give him the handsome gold guy. 3,200 players on Shogi Wars. What time is it in Japan? It's 7 a.m. Miko93, hello. Greetings. Welcome to the channel. Thank you very much. You're the 600th Twitch follower. It's not much, but I will take it. Thank you. I'm going to quickly flip up to 81 Dojo just to see what time it is in Japan. It's 6:44. Yeah. Oh, let me just log out and log in, do my D-Miles work. You know, I have a lot of Shogi chores. You know, one of my chores is to log in and log out of 81 Dojo every day, twice a day, just so I can get the D-Miles. I also have the chore of going to KIOU and logging in every day, getting my diamonds, getting my gold coins. You're a Go player. You wanted to study some Shogi too. Do I have any recommendations for study material? Yes. I have this guide. This is a guide put together by Killer Ducky, who's a fellow Shogi streamer, but you may know him because he's a very strong Go player and Go educator. And I think he streams Go occasionally as well. So give that a shot. It talks about getting started. It talks about logging into your registering for and logging into your first sites. It talks about puzzles. It talks about physical pieces. It talks about where to chat about Shogi. It's really good. It's really good. And there's that. Along those same lines, I have a podcast called Shogi in the West, which you might want to check out. The second episode, I basically talk through his learning guide and give some of my own perspective on it. But my perspective is mostly just agreement with what Killer Ducky says. Melkor, you said, it's funny, you and a friend basically said something along the lines of, let's evaluate between the characters one could possibly get. And we're all like, funny, since it doesn't matter anyways. And then you get it. And now you get it. And now please tell me you're now the biggest fan of these gacha characters. Please tell me that's it. You're now trying to get your friend to spend money to get gacha. Let's check out the Steam charts also. Players right now, 70. This is about what we saw yesterday as well. Very low. The numbers are really going down on KIOU. Maybe mobile is going higher, but the numbers are really falling. Is the rating still that 3? Yeah, 3 Dan is insanely strong. But that said, Shodan and 2 Dan could also be insanely strong. Because it's still a slow grind even if you're really good. They're adding streaks to speed that up, or at least ostensibly to speed that up. And I think those are coming today or tomorrow. But like Urashino Sensei, I've talked about this before. He's 7 Dan on Shogi Wars. You know, a very, 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 very strong amateur player. Just the other day he was streaming, and he's either 2 or 3 Dan now. I think he's still 2 Dan in most of the time controls. I don't know if he actually promoted to 3 anywhere, but like he's losing to Shodans. You know, it is not uncommon for him to lose to Shodans and 2 Dans. And again, he's a 7 Dan Shogi Wars player. Oh, you didn't check the character's favorite strategies? It doesn't. Why does it matter? They don't have an Urshin or Ryu character until they add me. You know, that's the thing. Hector, hello. You think most of them are mobile, what they play, the KIOU? I think so too. I think so. Yeah, I was talking about Urashino Sensei. Urashino, what is his name? Hiroaka? I can't remember his first name now as I'm talking on stream. You know, he's like 7 Dan on Shogi Wars, and he's 2 Dan on KIOU. He might have leveled up one of the time controls to 3 Dan, but he loses to Shodans. He loses to 2 Dans on his stream. You know, he mostly wins. He has a strong winning record, of course, but like you just don't know what you're going to get on KIOU, especially around this time of day where it's so low, their player population. Oh yeah. Yeah, your character is reclining silver. Yeah, that's not your style. That's not your style. You'd be surprised if the active trend is somehow unique to Steam. I'd be very surprised. I think this trend is almost certainly, I would say, my guess is that this is almost certainly just like what it is on mobile, except that mobile might have a higher starting point than Steam. So the absolute value of the graph is higher, but I think it's probably still the same decline. Yeah, KIOU has potential. Yeah, KIOU definitely has potential, and it's my problems. I was talking about KIOU the other day. You know, I've got a wish list of things I like to see. I am concerned about the future of KIOU because they have not been communicating very well since they launched. They have not been putting in many updates since they launched. There are some glaring problems like the lack of time countdown in Fisher mode, and the rating system has been a problem from the beginning. And I think it's really starting to bother people. The rating system is starting to bother people, and the solution that they're going to be doing, this streak-based thing, is almost worse. I think because it'll bother people that are like, and this is, I was reading a lot of Twitter last night about this topic, and it's basically like, why are you inventing your own rating system? Rating systems exist. You know, Yloigh, Glico, you know, plenty of people have been doing this for a long time. There's no reason to roll your own rating system. Is it you, or when you get a win, it doesn't give you ranking points, even though you saw next they're going to release a big update? Well, they are going to release an update. Whether it's big or not, we don't know. Like, we'll see. But I don't have that problem. When I win, I get the points. When I lose the points. I have not seen people say that they win and they don't give points, but I have seen people say that they lose and they don't lose points. But I have not witnessed that. When I win, I get points. When I lose points. And I have ranked I have ranked down in Fisher mode. I have ranked down and then back up and then down and then back up. So I know you can demote. I know you lose points and I know you can demote because I have done it. Yeah, maybe they got the real FIDE formula. Yeah, I don't know about that, Ivan. That exactly, Melkor. Exactly. Your point, you say the best thing about KIOU is that despite it being like kind of fast food shogi, the time controls are pretty good. Exactly. That's what I've been saying from the beginning, is that I love KIOU so much because these time controls are so good. These time controls are so good. Having these great time controls and having matchmaking, for me, is a game changer. It's just, like I said, I can't go back to Shogi Wars. I can't go back to Kiramake. I cannot go back to Kiramake. These games are like these thoughtful games where I'm not just getting dirty flagged over and over and over, where when I lose, when I lose in these 10-30 games, it's because of my incompetence as an endgame player. When I lose on Shogi Wars, it might be because of my incompetence as an endgame player, but it's also because my opponents are just trying to dirty flag me. And like that is, to me, that's not, that lost its satisfaction. Where at least in 10-30 games, it's my fault. I mean, of course it's my fault in any mode. I mean, obviously. But like it feels more like I have something to work on when playing 10-30. Okay, I need to get better at my end game. Like I'm getting winning positions over and over and over. My opening is taking me as far as it can take me. Now I need to improve my end game. But like Shogi Wars, that's not necessarily the case. I also need to improve how fast I move and how fast I think and things like that, which is a skill in Shogi, of course, but as an older person, I don't know how much I can improve my speed. The street bonus is to spread out the players' ranks. So the street bonus, they've said, is to help people get to their streak, get to their proper rating a little faster. And maybe that'll work in some cases, but I think it'll also be counter-effective in others. The thing is, it's just a Band-Aid on a broken system, as far as I'm concerned. And that's the thing. I think that's the thing that people are upset about, is that rating systems are not some novel thing. Rating systems have existed for a long time. They've had a lot of research. They've had a lot of research, and they've had a lot of practice. Rating systems have there's academia and there's the world, the real world. There's all sorts of work on rating systems. So in 2026, for KIOU to just roll their own basic rating system just is like, yeah, this is what you get when you roll your own without a lot of thought. You get something really bad. And that's what they got. So anyway. I like KIOU more than Shogi Wars. I love KIOU. Yeah, Shogi Wars for a lot of reasons has really make me upset. No. Melkor, 10-minute Kiramake was never high on my time control tier list. Let me see if I have that tier list. There we go. Taking some time. My machine is really struggling right now. Why is my machine struggling so much? I'm not sure why my machine is struggling so much. Let me bring OBS up here. Just make sure it's... I apologize if there's some frame drops and stuff. So here's my list. I think I put it at C. No, I put it at B. I put it at B, which I would put at C now. And in practice, I'm finding that I don't enjoy 5+5 as much as I thought I would. So KIOU's implementation of 5+5 is bad because it doesn't have countdown. So I would enjoy it a lot more if it had countdown. But I'm finding in practice that 5+5 is very fast. Like, I would say faster than 10-0. So I am not I'm not hating it like 10-0, but it's not. I would knock this down if I was going to write this now. I would knock this down to A. I would knock 5+5 down to A, and maybe put 5+7 in legendary. And I think Abema used to play 5+7. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I know they have done some 5+5, but I think they've also done 5+7. Yeah, am I becoming you? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, the Shogi Wars interface is old. I don't like their monetization. I love how KIOU is a single app, but the proof, it's the details that make it. It's the details that matter. So KIOU has great time controls. They have matchmaking, great. But the player base is going away, so the matchmaking is getting a little worse, and their ranking system is broken. So the matchmaking is also getting even worse. You've got these two factors making the matchmaking less than ideal. Since the rating system is nonsense, you don't get that satisfaction from the ratings that I do from Shogi Wars. Like, Shogi Wars, say what you will about Shogi Wars, but those, I believe, and I think a lot of people would agree, that the Shogi Wars rankings are legit. They are legit rankings, and they are accomplishments to be proud of. They are accomplishments to work for. And there's a good range in between the ranks. There's a sensible gap between the ranks. Someone on Twitter just last night wrote like an essay on this and posted it on Twitter. And it was basically talking about how when they win more than 30% of their games against a 2-dan, they know that they're getting closer to 2-dan. But, when they only win 50%, or when they win 60 or 70% of their games against a Shodan, they know they're getting closer to 2-dan. So it's like, they feel, and I feel the same way. Like, you can feel the difference in the players between 81 on Shogi Wars and on 81 Dojo, but on Shogi Wars definitely. And Shogi Wars has matchmaking, so there's no gaming the system for the most part. I mean, obviously you can cheat with Kishin, which is unfortunate, but the engine monkey sitting in the corner. What is that? What is that? What is that? Is that the Kishin players? I still contend, I don't know how much I believe it, but I contend that Kishin is not really a huge problem in Shogi Wars. I think people use it. I think people have used it against me. I think, I've lost plenty of games because of it. But in the end, I think it's statistically insignificant. The amount of Kishin that has been done to me, I think, is statistically insignificant. That's what I will say. That's what I want to believe. I want to believe it, but I also think it. Dream of show. Hector, you said they can bring collaborations with anime or people from Shogi Association, but animated in time format. Oh, I'm going to show you saying if you want to hold the time controls constant, then what does the monetization strategy need to be? You think you clearly need to do something different from what KIOU's or Shogi Wars are doing. Well, I think the monetization probably should go more to chess.com. Where you pay, maybe the thing is, even though Shogi is very popular in Japan and Heroes does not need a lot of employees, maybe they've overhired, I don't know. But like, to run Shogi Wars, this ancient decrepit app from 15 years ago, obviously they have a server-side component, but they don't need too many people. So if they have a lot of people, they're wasting people, unless they're doing some other things. But anyway, chess.com, so maybe it's not fair to compare to chess.com because chess.com has so many adults on their site who will pay for things. So, chess.com, like we showed yesterday, they give a lot of functionality for $120 a year. $120 every year, chess.com gives a lot of functionality. Shogi Wars, for about the same amount of money, gives very little functionality. They give unlimited play, which you can get for free on chess.com. Anyway, I think the monetization could switch from that. I don't know. There are a lot of ways. There are a lot of ways I think that they can, but if they do want to keep games fast, I don't think 30-second games I think will be played quickly. Just 0-30. I think wall clock time, players in Japan will play 0-minute 30-second Byoyomi games very quickly. I think Fischer 5+5 might actually be faster than 10-minute Kiramake. So I know that they're investigating because Shogi Wars did that survey a month or two ago where they asked which time controls you want to be added to Shogi Wars. One of them is 10:30, one of them is 30-second Byoyomi, another one is Fischer 5+5, etc., etc., etc. So if they refuse to change their monetization, if Shogi Wars refuses to change their monetization and they stick to 3 games per day, my guess is adding Fischer 5+5 would not, replacing 10-0 with Fischer 5+5 would not impact their monetization. Especially since so many people play 3-minute games anyway. When you run out of time and get 30 seconds, you don't like KIOU because, you think games get endless? So that's the thing is, to me, I love that. I'm playing Shogi to get better at it. So that's the thing. The slow games allow me to get better. The slow games allow me to think more and to learn more and to work on my game in a more thoughtful setting. So I understand that that's not everyone's cup of tea. And most people would not play 10:30. But I think having it an option is very nice. But anyway, I'm sure you say, you think clearly the most important thing for these apps is liquidity. What does that mean? Liquidity in what way? What is liquid in this? It doesn't sound like you mean financial, which actually suggests their monetization strategy to limit free users to 3 games is bad. You swear this is exactly what you would love to say? You love hearing this from me? I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm changing. I'm getting older. I'm getting older, and I'm getting more like Melkor. In my old age, I'm becoming more like Melkor. Oh, liquidity in the player pool. Easy to make matches. Yeah, that's key. And the fact that they artificially limit it with the 3 games per day thing, I think really hurts them. So it is amazing to me. So to me, the fact that we get so many games on Shogi Wars, is this showing up? The fact that we have so many games and so many players on Shogi Wars is actually amazing to me. Because what if that 3 game limit was gone? How many players would we get then? Or is this a cultural thing? Where most chess players will not pay for chess.com or Lichess, like they won't donate. Most players do not donate to Lichess, and most players do not pay for chess.com. Is that a cultural thing? Do most Japanese players pay? Do most Japanese players that pay on Shogi Wars, do most Japanese players that play on Shogi Wars pay the monthly fee? That's something I don't have access to. I don't know. I wonder. I would guess no. But that could be a cultural thing that I just am not aware of. What if 3 games makes shogi players not get burnt out by playing? That's true. That's a good point. So that is a good point. So you're saying like maybe the average player will play 1,000 games a year using 3 games a day. But if they could play unlimited, they would burn out after 200 games in 1 month. That's an interesting argument. And it's possible that shogi is maybe shogi as a game is more prone to burnout than chess, because shogi can be so aggravating and excruciating, where chess is aggravating and excruciating, but shogi is even more aggravating and even more excruciating. That's an interesting point. My guess is people wouldn't burn out, though. My guess is that the people that would burn out by playing more than 3 games a day are people that will burn out anyway. Kai Live Online, greetings. You say maybe Japanese actually are more used to that kind of thing. You mean gachas and other mobile games with microtransactions are super popular there? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. But I don't know. It's possible that most of these players are paying players. Like I did those numbers, like I've said before, where they have an event which is every year. It's a battle to see who gets the most wins in the calendar year. And I finished like 20-some thousandth place with like 1,200 wins in a year, which means, I played like over 2,000 games. And which means everyone who had more wins than I did also was paying. So there were at least like 20,000 players paying, which I was kind of blown away by. You got the burn. Yeah, Shogi I think is a burnoutable game. I definitely think Shogi is burnoutable. I have my periods, in case it's not obvious. I definitely have my periods of burnout. I try to play through the burn, because I'm streaming every day. I'm trying to play through the burn, but that works with varying degrees of success. You personally, Malcor, you personally do in fact get burnout from shogi, but never from chess. But yourself, you never took chess you don't play chess as seriously as shogi. But yeah, so it's hard sometimes to compare. Like I do know that some people get burnout in chess. I definitely do. But I think shogi being such a knife edge game, I think makes it more prone to rage or burnout. The kind of factors that would make people feel so just, what am I doing here? I think it's not exclusive to shogi, but I do think shogi magnifies that. Where people who play chess, the addicts who are playing chess, they get addicted and they play. And they're complete addicts. And they're just blitzing away. And they're angry. They're angry and they're blitzing away their games. But somehow they're not burning out. you know, they're rage playing, but they're not burning out. The fire is burning inside them. You also basically cried, for some definition of crying, the day before the new year when Shogi Club 24 was closing down. I had some feelings. I am not as long in the shogi world as you are, but I absolutely had some feelings when Shogi Club 24 went down. I loved Shogi Club 24. You know, the streams when I played on Shogi Club 24 were some of my favorite streams. Yeah, there are upsides and downsides, of course. Like, you know, on Shogi Club 24 is the first place where I was beaten in a Koshiro trap. And, you know, Shogi is just a hard game. But at the end of the day, I have such warm feelings of Shogi Club 24. And that 24-hour stream that I did when Shogi Club 24 was closing down, that definitely makes it live even larger and, you know, loom larger in my mind. It makes me miss it even more because it's a little more special because I did that stream. But I miss it. We don't have anything like it. 81 Dojo is great. 81 Dojo is great, and they've been picking up the slack. And I've been loving 81 Dojo more than ever. So I am loving 81 Dojo more than ever. I'm sure in large part it's just because I am the golden child of that site. I have so much luck on that site. As they say, you make your own luck. And to a certain extent, I pick my players that I go against. But that I can recall, I have not had probably a losing streak of more than 3 or 4 games on 81 Dojo. So, like, I have never felt the pain of tilt on 81 Dojo like I have on Shogi Wars, like I have on KIOU. Even, you know, KIOU has only been around for 2 months, and I had that painful 10 game losing streak. But I think part of that pain was that I just felt helpless to their rating system. I felt helpless. And it just felt also nonsensical and pointless. But yeah. Yvonne, yeah, every strategic game can definitely be burnoutable. Agreed. But I'm just wondering if there's something in Shogi that makes it more burnoutable than, say, chess, that would make the chess.com monetization strategy backfire, like on Shogi Wars. I don't know. You know, it's an investment, and, you know, it's easy for me to invest their money and their time. But, like, what if Shogi Wars made a real website? What if Shogi Wars made a real website with real features, like chess.com, like Lichess? Shogi Wars has Heroes Analytics. Oops. Actually, I'll go to it from Shogi Wars. Shogi, they have this half-baked site of Kishin Analytics where you can pay them an ungodly amount of money. You can pay them to be able to analyze and store some of your Kifus. You know, with a very primitive user interface. You know, very primitive, both in terms of features and in terms of functionality, like just how to do things. But you can pay them you can park a dump truck full of money in front of their office, and they will let you use this for a month. And so they have a website. Like, this is all stuff that should be in Shogi Wars. Like, it's ridiculous that Shogi Wars is so primitive. But, like, all they're doing is analysis. They're not making a Lichess. They're not making a chess.com. But, you Yeah, I don't know. You know, we're stuck with this. But if they did make a real site, I wonder if it would get them more players and more money. Maybe not. But then again, you know, if you never invest in your product, it's just going to get older and lamer, and people will just leave eventually. You know, it'll die a slow death, which seems to be what's happening. It seems to be what's happening. Especially if KIOU could have done something good. They are still doing something good. I still have hopes for KIOU. But like, if KIOU would have been like a chess.com, I think, with the girly avatars, maybe, you know, distinguishing it, I think it would have done even better. But we'll see. Anyway, what do I know? You don't think the main blocker to Shogi Wars is a desktop website? Yeah, I think it is. But you know, I don't know the culture in Japan. Like, I think getting people to, you know, the things that chess.com gets people to pay for, it's for the analysis. It's for the embedded, easy analysis of their games. It's for the integrated learning materials. Chess.com has a ton of teaching materials and courses that you have access to if you pay them that $120 per year. They have puzzles and puzzle games, which obviously you can do on Lichess and elsewhere, but chess.com, to many people's disgust, paywalls puzzles. You know, but I don't begrudge them that. It's their site. You know, chess.com has hired a lot of people. They have a big staff. They are trying to run broadcasts. You know, they're trying to do everything. You know, chess.com is ambitious. Shogi Wars, they don't seem to be trying to do anything. Like, you've got Shogi Wars you've got chess.com, who is incredibly ambitious, and they're trying to do everything and anything. Shogi Wars is trying to hold on to their monthly whales, or their little Kishin tickets. They're trying so hard to stay alive while they hope that they can make some money from AI on the side, you know, non-shogi stuff. Chess.com is a chess company. I don't know if Heroes is a shogi company anymore. I don't think they are. It's too bad you can't play on 81 Dojo because you're bad, and you get bad Yloigh and no one wants to play with you. That's a problem on 81 Dojo. Yeah, you know, it's not beginner friendly. It's definitely not beginner friendly. You know, it's not easy to sign up for. It's not easy to log in and use. You know, it's in 2026, I think people expect a certain type of website. I think. You know, it's still nicer than the Shogi Wars app, I guess. But not. I don't even know if I agree with that. But 81 Dojo, I think, is a tough sell to new people coming into the game, especially since when people do jump through the hurdles or jump over the hurdles and sign up to 81 Dojo, they're just met with a brutal playing experience. You know, the players are just too good. It's very hard for a shogi beginner to find other shogi beginners to play with, and you know, that is just not the case in chess. You can find different players at all hours of the day at any skill level. 81 Dojo got kind of more and more in the SC24 niche. Yeah, I think it's a great replacement for for Shogi Club 24. But I actually wonder, because I see people tweeting about, I see people who claim to be strong shogi players on Twitter, you know, Japanese shogi players, you know, playing on Wars, playing on KIOU, but they dismiss 81 Dojo as that international site. Like, it's the 81 Dojo is the international site. So yes, it has tons of strong players, but that international flavor seems to put some of the strong amateurs off it, as far as I can tell. I don't know if that's just my own bubble that I see on Twitter. But, you know, I have definitely seen that. NinWorld, yeah. Good to see you, NinWorld. The illegal move penalty is hard for beginners. Very hard. It's very hard, and you know, not to make these arguments again and again, because I've made these arguments, but like, I don't think it makes sense. I know that's the culture of shogi. I know that's the culture of over the board shogi, but I think it's a flaw of shogi that it's an instant loss. The Nifu rule is great. It being an instant loss, I think, is one of shogi's flaws. And when we're doing something online, we can improve that system. I think we can improve that a bit by not letting people make illegal moves. That's just my take. I don't hold that. I'm not like a hardliner on that. I can go either way. I think it's unfortunate. I just think it's unfortunate. I wouldn't make that rule. The rule exists. People are probably not going to change it, but online I think we can do better. But yeah, for Ivan, yeah, it's not about the illegal moves. It's about the players. A lot of sandbaggers. It's tough. It's a tough world for a shogi beginner. Whereas Shogi Wars is better because at least you'll get paired with really bad bots. So at least you'll be able to win some games. I think you still have to be pretty good to win against another human in shogi. I don't think there are many beginners to shogi that are going to log into Shogi Wars and win against other humans for a while. But I could be wrong. You know, I could use someone else's perspective on that. I don't know how that is on KIOU either. Like KIOU has that goofy casual mode that has the cheating arrows. So I don't know if beginners play that. So maybe there are beginners playing that. I don't know. But the other thing about Shogi Wars, though, is that it's so fast. It's all blitz. So the plus side of Shogi Wars for beginners is that you can find easy to beat bots, and maybe you can find some humans to compete with. But it's all blitz, which is not great for beginners because beginners don't know what to do. So they might need a little bit of time. Very difficult. Very difficult. It's a difficult problem. And Malcor, you don't know what the reality really is. You don't use Twitter. But if they publicized Kisekai more and maybe got a little more reward for it, you think it might have been more popular with more stronger players? Yeah. Yeah, Kisekai, in case someone isn't sure, is uncertain, I don't have a webpage handy for it, but 81 Dojo has this like strong player league almost. Like there's this league. I don't know if you have to sign up for it or if you qualify for it, but anyway, strong players can battle out this thing, and it's something exclusively for strong players, and it's really cool. It doesn't seem to get much publicity, and there aren't many prizes for it. You know, there's not like outside of the satisfaction, but yeah, I would have hoped that would get more strong players. And you as a beginner with chess experience, you won like 20 games out of the first 50 games. Yeah, and that's a good number. Like, you know, my young nephew went and started playing online, and he got some wins and moved up a bit. My son, he didn't know as much about the game. He went online and just played and played and played and played. You know, he played a bunch of games. He didn't just play 3 games. He played a lot of games. And if the sites would have been limited to 3 games a day, he never would have kept playing chess. You know, I've never thought about this before, but this is definitely the case. He never would have kept playing chess if he started out, you know, even if he had good games, which he wouldn't in the shogi world, he'll get smashed. But he comes in, has some decent games against other true beginners, and is able to play as long as he wants. But if it would have been like, oops, sorry, you can only play 3 games, wah, wah, he probably would have moved to something else. Yvonne, you have 500 games in Wars, and you're not saying you're not saying your elo peaked. Wait, oh, you're not saying your elo peak. Well, it's like Go. It's like Go. That saying in Go. You need to lose your first 500 games as quickly as possible. So if you have 500 games, that means you haven't lost 500 games yet. So it took, I mean anyone who's been with this channel from when I started streaming knows how slow my progress is. So it's like there's no shame in being low rated after 500 games. You know, I was pretty low rated when I started streaming, and I had already played thousands of games, including many games over the board. Maybe not thousands. Well, no, thousands, including against bots. I played some against some bots and things like that. But I played a lot of OTB. When you started Melkor, it was almost only OTB for a while, so the online start was easier. Yeah. So you weren't a beginner. You played online, and I don't know if this is true. Maybe this is an old person thing to say, but it seems to me, my limited experience is that people who start playing over the board level up a little faster than people who start playing online. So I think you know, the reason I tell myself that this happens, I try to justify it by saying that, like, when you're playing online, you're just kind of by yourself, just throwing stuff at the wall and hoping it sticks. But when you play OTB, you play, and then there is, even if you don't like post game analysis, there is some discussion, and you talk about it, and you see. I think there is something to seeing the other player making their moves. I think there's something to holding the pieces in the hand that like has that link to your brain. I really do think that. But maybe I'm just, you know, maybe that's just old man thinking. I don't know. But in my experience, the people who play, it seems to me, the people who start playing OTB versus the people who start playing online level up a little faster playing OTB. And Melkor, you agree that OTB is much easier to learn. And Naita pointing out about the difficulty of finding an opponent manually. Yeah, it's tough. I think the lack of matchmaking, I think people poo-poo that a little too much. I think the people who think the lack of matchmaking isn't a problem are maybe people who don't have as much experience with like online gaming. I think most people are just so used to matchmaking. Like it's not like Call of Duty 2 days where you have to look at a bunch of lobbies and join a lobby, and then that lobby stinks, then you join another lobby, and then that lobby stinks, and you join another lobby, and then that one breaks up. You know, it's just matchmaking. Once matchmaking hit like those shooter games, the trajectory went off. The trajectory like went through the roof once there was just easy matchmaking, so you can play game after game after game. 81 Dojo, you pick, even if you like picking, it's still, that becomes part of the game, is picking your opponents. At least it does for people like me. But I think even if you just say, I'm just going to challenge people, you challenge, you get ignored. You challenge, you get declined. You challenge, you get ignored. You know, stuff like that. You put a game up, you offer a game, someone 7 levels above you accepts. You put up a game, someone 7 levels below you accepts. You know, it's just there's a meta. There's a whole meta, and I'm making it out to sound maybe more of a big deal than it actually is. But so maybe I'm being a little sensational here, but there is a meta to the self-selected game, like the manual game selection, which a lot of people don't like, myself included. So like, it is very rare that I would go to 81 Dojo or Shogi Club 24 even, very rare, where I'd play a game and just keep playing on my own. Because if it's not just a button to select a game, it's like, okay, now I got to go pick someone. I got to get out of my Shogi mindset, and I've got to go into the picking mindset. I've got to go into the waiting mindset. And I've got to get into the opponent selection mindset. And now I'm out of Shogi, and now I've lost it. And now I've lost my enthusiasm. But yeah, talking about engines and Shogi GUI. Anyway, boy, good. I didn't expect this discussion. Good discussion. But long story short is I am paying for Shogi Wars for the month. I gave them my $3.80, whatever it is. What, you know, after the conversion from yen, it's like $3.80 or $3.60. And I've got a month of unlimited games. I'm not sure if I'll stream it much. Because I really just want to, I really just want to play 10-second games on Shogi Wars. I'm not playing 10-minute Kiramake. I'm not playing 3-minute Kiramake. And 10-second is very difficult. 10-second is very difficult for me to stream. I think it's not as engaging for some people to watch. It's got the constant voice countdown, which some people I think might not like. And I'm so slow with the mouse that it's effectively like 8-second Kiramake or 8-second Byoyomi. And I'm slower to think when I'm on stream. So I don't know if it's the most compelling. I don't know if it's the most compelling. What is this? Shut up and take my money. Shogi Brazil, what do you mean? You mean about me paying for Shogi Wars? It's like, man, I played my 3 free games this morning on Shogi Wars because I wanted to play some 10-second. I was really jonesing for some 10-second games. And I played okay. I won 2 of the 3. One of them I flagged on, and I thought I was playing really well. But it's like, I want to keep playing. And so I did it. And I played another couple games. And they got me. But like if KIOU would have been keeping things exciting and keeping things moving, I would not have even considered, even though that they don't have 10-second. So, like, I think KIOU is missing some opportunity here. Also, KIOU, not to go through my whole wish list, but like if you compare it to chess.com or Lichess or Shogi, the analytics on KIOU are so bad. They're so low feature. The features, it's not the little review board with so few review features and a very unreliable engine, and that's something that they're charging people for. So I think that's going to be a big problem for them, because you don't need to be a good player to need a reliable engine. Like, I think some of those variations that we have seen the engine show on stream are legitimately bad, very bad moves. Because it seems like because maybe they didn't have enough resources, their server resources were low, so they're not running the analysis long enough. I don't know, but we have seen time and time again variations suggested by that KIOU AI that were just flat out wrong, like not even like debatably wrong, just flat out wrong. So anyway, I'm getting very dry. And Melkor asking Koshiro about going to ESC. You should buy him a ticket, Melkor. Send him out a ticket. Send him out a ticket. Also send me a ticket. Send me a ticket to Brazil. Give me a ticket to Brazil. And then give me and Koshiro tickets from Brazil to Germany and back. Because I'll fly out to Brazil. I'll pick up Koshiro. And then we'll fly out together to Europe, and we'll just walk into the airport like I don't know what movie where there's the two cool guys just strutting through the airport. Koshiro and I will have sunglasses on, and we'll just be like strutting, and then I'll lose all my matches, and he'll win all his matches, and then we'll go back home. You're a poor student. That no. That no excuse. Yeah, exactly with sunglasses and the golden cool guy outfit. That would be amazing. How amazing would that be? Koshiro and I would be walking through the airport. Koshiro is wearing his black. I think Koshiro wears black a lot. He's got the nice hair, the black hair, and the black outfit, and I'll be wearing the gold outfit. We'll both have sunglasses on. I'm also thinking about how another scene of like two guys walking in, like Breaking Bad, like the brothers. Koshiro and I could be like the Breaking Bad brothers. With the boots with the boots with the curl on them and the skulls. That would be amazing. Yeah, I don't have much aura, so that's the problem. I think Koshiro could have the aura. I don't have the aura. Don't mind the Gen Z alpha mixed up lingo. Yeah, the Riz. The Riz and the aura. Koshiro and I would come into Europe and we'd mog all these Europeans. We would mog all these European shogi players. That's a saying, right? Mog. It's sounding weird in my head now. I'm not sure. Maxwell Cafe. Maxwell Cafe's dying. Oh man. Yeah, Koshiro and I we'd tune up our Riz and our aura, and we'd go mog some European shogi players, and we'd aura farm them, and in Skibbity Toilet. And every time we play our piece on 6-7, we just do this, and we laugh if they don't understand us because they're not as cool as we are. Where's Konoman? Where's Konoman 33? He knows about 6-7. Oh, you guys did not play. Melkor and Koshiro, you did not play in the main bracket? I guess that makes sense because Melkor got very far in the ESC. So you would not have been playing in the open bracket for a long time. Man, I love watching Koshiro's OTB games. He's fast. He's fast. Maybe all good players are. I don't know, but it seems like Koshiro's fast. So he applies the pressure. And so in a slow time control like the ESC rules, I imagine it'd be extra intimidating playing Koshiro because he'd probably play pretty quickly. What is it? It's 3060. Where is that page? Oh, there it is. 4540. 4540. 45 minutes, 40-second Byoyomi. Great time control. Ooh. This is more expensive than last year, right? Has the price doubled? Yeah, I'm pretty fast in the opening. I can be, I play 2 openings and I know them pretty well. I can play pretty quickly. But my middle game is where I start getting real slow, and I'm just not great at managing my time. Koshiro is, yeah, you're lazy to think. Sure. You've got the big pattern matching engine in your head. You don't need to think, you just process. So who is going to play in this one? This, like I said, this is a new event. What triggered, what's the story behind this event? Does anyone know? Yeah, Melkor. In the middle game, there are some positions that are so interesting to me that I just love thinking about it. I just love, I'll waste time just pontificating about this opening. And I definitely run into that trap, especially when I'm over the board. I feel like I do that sometimes over the board. I'm getting better at it, but the positions are so interesting. Oh no. Oh no, what's this clip? Oh no. What is this clip? And I we'd tune up, yeah, Koshiro and I we'd tune up our Riz and our Aura, and we'd go mog some European shogi players, and we'd Aura farm them, and in Skibbity Toilet. And every time we played, not my best moments. Every time we played, our piece on 6-7. Wait, why are we recording this? Why are we recording this? They don't understand us because they're not as cool as we are. Why is this being recorded? Who did you do the did you do that subtitle? Did you write those subtitles, Vexel Cafe? Those subtitles were really good. That was an auto caption? Seriously? That is impressive. I think that's better than YouTube's auto captions. The Rising Dragons Cup was established to address a specific gap in international competitive shogi, the lack of fair, meaningful tournament opportunities for lower-rated and newer players. Well, so that's the thing. Is it going to solve that? Is it going to actually solve that? Or are we going to see underrated players just come out there and crush noobs? Like, there's no cash prize. So at least it won't be like chess tournaments. Thank you, Melkor. Thank you. Yes, the skibbity toilet. It really drove down the point. Exactly. Yeah, YouTube's auto captions are great. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I love them and they're great. But that Twitch, those Twitch ones right there were really impressive. They got Koshiro, they capitalized his name, and the captions got Mog. You know, that's a modern term for us kids. How many people are going to play in this? Does anyone have a sense? Like if I went to the ESC, I'd be able to join this. You know I'd be joining this. And I'd get crushed. But it is the main bracket, right? Okay, so there have to be 10 players. So it'll be interesting to see if they get 10 people. Because this is a nice idea. It's a real nice idea. You know, the US Shogi Championship doesn't have enough. The US Shogi Championship barely has, you know, we have 40 some players in total. And so there are not that many newer players. But maybe there would be some more players if there was a beginner tournaments. I don't know. Probably not. Probably not, but it's a nice idea. I commend whoever came up with this idea, and I hope it works out. And I hope someone who isn't actually like 3Don doesn't come in and just wreck people. All right, Melkor, great to see you. Great chatting with you. I think I'm going to be closing soon too here. So yeah, that's a good note to end on. Melkor leaves, everything dies off. So thank you, everybody. I'll see you in the future. Thanks for watching. Congrats to Koshiro for that amazing game. Thank you, everyone, for sharing the watching of the game with me. And I love discussing this stuff. It is, in case it isn't obvious, you know, I've discussed it such that my throat is now hoarse and dry and in minor amounts of pain. So that's how much I love talking about this stuff. So anyway, I appreciate everyone. I'll see you soon. Take care and bye.